Oh, well, I'm dumb. Okay. So the YouTube apparently wasn't live. It was connected to me, which I didn't even know I could do. But then it there was apparently a button you have to click to go live. So I'm like, okay. Um, let's see.
Oh, I was hard muted. I was going to say, yeah, you got to click go live on YouTube,
Oh, thank
but you
you.
didn't. Your audio didn't cut out when you did.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I apparently, yeah, if you schedule a YouTube thing, which I did because I'm trying to be more organized, um, it then uh, it apparently wasn't live. Yeah, so it's live now though, so that's good. Um, let's see. Hi. How can I teach my 6-year-old about logic? Oh my, that's a tough age. Let's see. How do you teach logic to a 6-year-old? I honestly think that the best way to do that is to probably do a game of some kind. So there are many games that involve quite a bit of logic. Maybe it's not like directly learning logic, right? But personally, I think the game of Go is a great game to learn. Some kids pick it up pretty easily, and they like it. It can certainly be a challenging game though. Um, but that's a game where you can do a lot of reasoning and such. Uh, mm-hmm. Um, any other questions or anything? What's your favorite nerdy math fact? I have so many. Gosh, we did Stein's paradox the other day. It's another math nerdy fact. I'm really fond of the Tehran inequalities. Probably because they're related to polynomial research. But they're not something that's taught in like pre-calculus, and there's something that could be, which I find fascinating, right? So we have these special properties of polynomials uh, that wouldn't otherwise be known, right? So I guess I could write about that for a second because I think it's fascinating. Let me see. Do I have some blank pages? No. Bunch of stuff written down. Okay. So, so in pre-calculus, you learn about polynomials. So, like a polynomial is something like this, um, and seven, like 2 and 5 or something. So polynomials, typically you want to set them equal to 0, and then you want to find numbers that you can plug in for the x, and it equals 0. And there's typically a thing you learn like called factoring, where you do something like x plus 5 times x plus 2. And you can double check that it factors to this polynomial because you can do x times x and 5 times x and 2 times x is 7 and then 10. And this means that you get two solutions. One is -5, and the other one is -2. So that's just kind of a recap of polynomial roots. You can check that these work. Like if I plugged in -5 into this, I would indeed get 0. So if I did -5 squared plus 7 times -5, and then I add 10, this comes out to 25. This comes out to -35. So you get 25 minus 35 plus 10. And that does indeed equal 0. And so these are called roots. They're called roots because they're numbers that make the equation 0. So anytime you have numbers that make an equation 0, they're called roots. Now some roots are very nice. These ones are called real roots. So you have real roots here. And sometimes an equation is really annoying, like it might look like this, where it doesn't have a 7 anymore. And while it would take a little bit of work for me to find the roots of this using the quadratic formula or something, I'm just going to tell you without doing the work that this one does not have real roots. This one has complex roots. And so some roots are real, they're a real number, and then other roots are complex numbers. And so a complex root might be I, or I plus 5, or, -2 minus 3i, right? So like these are example of complex numbers because they involve the imaginary number I, whereas real roots are like -2 and 5 and 7 and pi, or whatever, right? And so, it turns out that there's a test you can do on a quadratic. You can do something called the discriminant. So the discriminant test allows you to know if there is real roots or complex roots. So the discriminant test is that you take the middle coefficient, you square it, and then you minus 4 times the outer coefficients. So if I take this 1 here, that's the middle coefficient, and I square it, and then I multiply it by the first coefficient and the last coefficient, I get -39, and that's negative. And if you end up with a discriminant that's negative, we'll call this is the discriminant. If you end up with a discriminant that's negative, then you must have complex roots. So that's the way that property goes. So something that people are not necessarily, that they don't necessarily know about, is that it turns out that there's a discriminant test for any polynomial, not just quadratics. And that is called a Taran inequality, and it's very special, right? And so a Taran inequality would involve a polynomial like, let's say, x cubed plus 2x plus 2x squared plus 7x minus 8. And so this is a cubic, and the cubic has 3 roots, so it has 3 roots automatically by Gauss's theorem, right? So Gauss demonstrated that the degree is always the number of roots for a polynomial. So this has 3 roots, but the question is whether or not it has real roots or it has complex roots. And so there's a general discriminant you can do. What you do is you drop the 4 and you just do b squared minus ac. And you can do that on any 3 consecutive coefficients. So if I take the 2 and I square it and I minus 1 times 7, then that comes out to -3. And because -3 is negative, I immediately know this has complex roots. It automatically has complex roots. It didn't matter what this 8 was. This 8 could have been positive. Doesn't matter. right? I immediately know this has complex roots. And because complex roots come in conjugate pairs, I actually know that it has two complex roots. And so that's an immediate fact that we know because I can just do a discriminant on 3 of the coefficients. Um, so yeah, so that's cool. That's a cool fact. Okay, let's see. Complete new medium math, difficult. Okay, so I think I need to restart the Instagram because it only lasts an hour, and I spent 40 minutes trying to get my mic to work. Post live video. Dude, dude. Copy, add link. Why is the -5 real and the -3 complex? Oh, well, so what you're referring to is the root versus the test. So up here, the -5 and -2 are the roots. They're the numbers that make it 0. And so they're real numbers because they don't involve an I. And because they don't involve an I, then the two roots are real. But this one, which I didn't show the solution to this one, but if we were to solve it with like the quadratic formula, the roots of this would involve an imaginary number. And I know that they will involve an imaginary number because I can do a test. So the test is to take the middle number and square it and then do 4 times the outer two numbers, and then you get a negative. So the test is if the b squared minus 4ac is negative, then you'll end up with complex roots. And it turns out that that's true in general, that if you give me any polynomial, so this one has 3 roots, and if I do the test b squared minus ac, which comes out to -3, it's negative. So I'm not telling you what the roots are. I don't know what they are. But I do know that 2 of them are complex. I know that automatically because they because they satisfied this test. This test came out negative. So anytime this test comes out negative, you must have imaginary roots. So like this is a theorem, which is that if b squared minus ac is negative for any polynomial, then you must have complex roots. Oh, Zeno. Yes. Come on up. Hey, Zeno.
Did you do this because... Hey, what's up? Did you do this because it was getting too hectic?
Yeah, well, so last time, or this last several times, there were like 20 or 30 people that showed up. And it was just a lot of people. And I had a bunch of people messaging me, all these theists, that were like, yo, I'd like to chat with you at some point. And also like a flat earther was thrown in there. And I was like, sure,
nice.
let's let me try to be more organized. So I was like, well, how am I going to be more organized? And so I was like, well, I made the debate stage thing, but I've never used it, so I had no idea how it would look, you know. So I just tried it, and and it seems to work fine, except that I apparently needed to restart Discord before I started trying to stream because my audio was all messed up. But but now it seems to be working. So,
Makes sense. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Well, that was pretty much the only question I had. So, I start physics officially, so I thought that was pretty exciting.
No, that sounds
Uh,
awesome. Yeah. I'm
yeah.
curious.
So if I have any math questions, be prepared because they're going to you.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I love math questions, so you can always ask me a math question.
Sure. All right. Thanks. That was it.
Yeah, no worries. Let's see. Where does the b squared minus ac come from? The one for the second degree polynomials comes from the quadratic formula, the part inside the root. Yes, very good. Yes. So the b squared minus 4ac is only special to quadratics, right? But the general one, b squared minus ac, that's called a Taran inequality, and it's not obvious at all. There's a very complicated there's a very complicated argument to demonstrate why that works for any polynomial, right? Um, if so, I could tell you the argument, but it's considered an advanced formula, right? Because you would only know about it if you were like in grad school studying polynomial theory, right? It's just not something some people would normally know. But I find it so funny because it's so similar to the discriminant, and yet it's another formula that could have been put into like a pre-calculus book, but we simply don't. We don't teach the fact that it is known that if b squared minus ac is negative, you are guaranteed to have complex roots, right? At least two of them, right? Um, so anyway, the reason that this is the way it is, I could just say it in words, I guess. Um, Anytime a polynomial has only real roots, its derivative has only real roots. And so if you give me any polynomial and it has only real roots, then I can differentiate it in the in effectively the forward direction until I get the first coefficient that is being used in your three coefficients, and then I can invert the polynomial and I can differentiate it in the other direction to get the final coefficient, and I will end up with the three coefficients. And if I take those three coefficients and I use them with the quadratic formula, the 4 will cancel with the other values. It'll always be, what is it, less than 1 or greater than 1? It'll always be greater than 1. In which case, no matter what polynomial you gave me, I can always have this inequality. So that's like how it's proven mathematically, but it's you know, that's just the way that one's done. Okay, let's see. So on Instagram, do you think it'd be easier to defend theism or atheism? Well, I obviously think it's easier to defend atheism, because I don't know how you would defend theism. Theism just feels like people not caring about, evidence-based reasoning or something. So I'm not. Maybe it'd be the other way. It's easier to defend theism because you just. I don't know. I don't know. So what? I'm not sure which one is easier or harder to defend, but one of them seems like not true, and the other one seems definitely true. So. What is the hardest math problem in your opinion? Hardest math problem is the Riemann hypothesis. It's also my favorite math problem, and it's the one that I get annoyed at every other week. So, yeah, the Riemann hypothesis. That's the one. It's an annoying problem. It's very hard. But if I was in a different field of math, I'm sure I might have a different answer to that. Too lazy to say the solution. I'd pay you 10 grand right now if you had a solution to it. Well, I'd have to give you an IOU, but I in spirit would pay you 10 grand. So. Let's see. Can I ask a logic question? I'm not super well versed in what I thought about this. Sure, yeah, feel free to ask whatever you'd like. I don't have anyone voice chatting with me at the moment, so people are just, typing questions to me, and that's fine. That's no problem. What's the hardest math problem? Mm-hmm. Oh, he's an Insta? That's why? I'm not sure what you mean, Kat. Is there an echo or something? There's not an echo or anything, is there? Oh yeah, so I have Instagram comments and YouTube comments. So some people are chatting on YouTube and others are chatting on Instagram. You'd be good at chess. Yeah, I was actually an avid chess player for a while. I'm not really big into chess. Um, I play it sometimes. I was very big into Go. So I've went to tournaments. I've been to Go clubs. I've at one point in my life I was playing Go like on a weekly basis. Like on weekends playing dozens of games with other people and whatnot. I have dozens of Go boards and Go programs and things. So I really like playing Go. Go's an excellent game. I played Go before computers became the assholes that they are and beat all the humans at Go. So, in fact, I made it to a rank of approximately 1 Dan or so. And so theoretically, there was a point in history in which I was better than the best supercomputers at Go because computers sucked at Go at one point in the past. Um, so I was, nowadays you can't say that anymore because all the computers beat all the humans. So humans apparently suck at Go. You were saying it helps with logic before. Was getting coffee. Is Go for teaching children might consider Go. Yes, yes. I think Go is an excellent game, and certainly it's something that children learn. I only know because I went to tournaments where some of my opponents were 8-year-old kids who had apparently been playing Go for like 3 years, and I was like, really? Okay, so. Um, anyway, Go is fun, and it's quite logical. It's incredibly logical. Yeah. Which music are you into? Rock, metal, jazz? Um, there's a lot of things that I don't. My brain doesn't spend much time on. Music's probably one of them. I try to find something that sounds okay to me, and then I let the artists develop the music, and I don't I'm not thinking about it all too much, I guess. So I'm happy with any music. I'll put on rock or rap or classical or whatever. It doesn't really it all seems the same to me. I like it all. It's all good. And enjoy your stream. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to make as much content as I can. It takes a while, but it's um I'm glad people enjoy it, you know. So, yep, yep. Lots of atheists in here. Yeah, yeah, that kind of happens. I think theists get scared or whatnot. But I'm happy to chat with a theist. So the whole point of this setup is if people want to chat with me one on one, they don't have to, you know, um, they don't have to deal with a lot of other other people or whatnot, right? So if anyone wants to chat with me, feel free to join the Discord and we can have a one-on-one chat if you'd like. And it can be about anything. If you want to chat about math or you have a math question or whatever, that's perfectly fine. Oh, yeah. Uh, yeah, they don't have to deal with these atheist assholes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You're the goat. Oh, thank you. That's kind of you. I'm glad people like the content. It's grown much faster than I thought it would be. I've looked at a lot of parallel channels, um, and many of them have less followers than what I currently have, and some of them have been around a lot longer and even made more videos than I've made. And so I'm kind of blown away at that because I produced a lot of videos very quickly and then put them online, and I think people enjoyed them. I think there's something about um, the conversational aspect I have a tendency to have, and I have a lot of knowledge in a lot of topics, so I'm not necessarily, you know, I don't know everything, right? And I don't mind saying that I don't know shit because there's plenty of stuff I don't know. I don't mind being wrong. It's perfectly fine to be wrong, you know. But I think with a lot of other people, maybe there's a little bit more curation to their product, and so they, you know, they can't be seen as being wrong or not knowing what they're talking about or whatever. Whereas me, I'm like, you know, eh, it's fine. I can mess up here and there. What do you do in your daily life? I do all kinds of things. I mean, well, I've been getting like no sleep lately for the last few weeks because I've been doing this, you know. But um, I'm gainfully employed. I'm a mathematician. I do math stuff. Um, I I've been doing this mostly. Before this, maybe um, did I watched, I guess, a lot more like Twitch. I haven't gotten to watch Twitch in a long time, a few weeks now. But I like watching speed runs. I think that that's fascinating. So like any of the speed runners, I don't know if anyone knows any famous speed runners, but um, I think that that's really interesting. I also do math, obviously. So the other day, man, I was doing a bunch of math. I found a cool theorem in Watson, and I'm pretty sure I'm like 99% sure I have an extension to Slurm's theorem that no one else knows about. So I have like a new theorem. So I'm debating if I want to publish it or what to do with it. I don't know, but yeah, it's you know, cool things here and there. Games Done Quick is the best. Yeah, I know. I do like Games Done Quick. I follow them. I've watched them for quite a long time. Um, Geez, when did I start watching Games Done Quick? That must have been all the way back. Um, when I was in Washington. Um, yeah, so long time, long time. I don't know how long they've been doing it. I think I might have watched maybe the first or second one. Been trying to keep up with them. Now they do so many, it's been hard to keep up with them. But it used to be like a one big bold event, and it was like just kaboom, and it was like 24 hours, and it was so like homegrown. Everyone just kind of showed up, and it was like, let's just play a bunch of games, and make money for like Doctors Without Borders or something. It was like awesome, right? Now it's kind of turned into a little more weirdness, I guess. It's a little more complicated. There's a system. They have casters and stuff. I don't know. But maybe I'm being a little judgmental. What do you think in daily life? Oh, okay. So let's see. So if basic math concepts like the commutative law exist before we thought of them as axioms, do you think that math, before it has something we can generalize and choose an axiom, is not invented? I'm not super into cage logic. Might be contradictory somehow. So basic concepts existed before we thought of them as axioms. Yeah, so what I think you're alluding to is the fact that we experience mathy things in the world, right? And then those mathy things are then turned into axioms or whatnot, right? So, like, we experience that, 1 plus 1 equals 2, or that every time I do 2 plus 3, it's the same as when I do 3 plus 2, or whatever, right? We experience these things, and we're like, hey, these seem to be like general things that we understand about the world. So then later, we turn it into like rigorous, abstract mathematics or something, right? And that's true, right? And so in general, any axioms we pick for math are typically things that have some type of justification of why we would pick them over picking something else, right? Like we have reasons why we would do it that way, right? Those reasons are typically because of our experience of the real world, right? So I'm not quite sure what is meant exactly by like, did the commutative law exist before we thought about it? I mean, I guess, I don't know. We think of the world as somehow comporting with particular principles, but we don't have any guarantee of any statement that we make being one of those principles. So like I wholeheartedly think that numbers will always follow the commutative property, but that doesn't mean that I know that they're guaranteed to follow the commutative property, right? So like I have no guarantee that that's a property of the world. I feel it is based on the evidence available to me. And then in the abstract world, I made it a fundamental property of mathematics. So we decided to make it a fundamental property because we think it's so great, right? But it could be that we pick a lot of fundamental properties about math, and then later on we find out that those create theorems that like clearly don't comport with the real world, and we're like, well, okay, I guess we have to like reject some of this, and that's how that kind of goes, right? Commutative associate mixed up. One is where order does not matter. The other is where grouping does not matter. Correct. Yeah. So commutative is, I always think of the word commute like with cars. So like you move around, like cars moving around. So that's the commutative property. So the numbers move around, right? Whereas associative is not moving. There's no commuting going on. It's just things being grouped together. So associativity has to do with the parentheses, right? The parentheses can move. What should I do? I want to learn physics and math, but I don't know where to start. Should I start? Please help me out. Okay, yeah. Well, I recommend that if you're wanting to do like advanced level, or I mean, I guess learn math and physics like in a clear careful fashion, you should probably take a class on it, right? Like that's the number one way to do it. If you want to learn it recreationally, there are lots of little programs and whatnot that'll help you with that type of stuff. I know that, like, for example, Professor Dave's got a really good series on mathematics and physics. There's open course material available from a number of universities. I personally have taken the physics course from MIT. They have it available. It's just there. You can just watch the videos, right? So you can go through the 20 hours of lectures or whatever. There's other things similar to that. So there's, what is it, brilliant.org. So if you want a paid subscription, they'll take you through lots of general thinking problems where you don't necessarily have to have the background perfectly mapped out or whatnot. So it depends on the level where you're at, right? If you're at, if you've already done your calculus series, then highly recommend to get some deep math books or something, maybe take a class or whatnot. But if you haven't done the calculus series yet, you have all kinds of things available to you, lots of YouTube videos and things. But yeah. How long do you think it would take for me to learn Calc 1? It depends. Different people learn at different rates. In general, the typical expectation is that people learn Calc 1 in about a semester. So that's like 6 months or so. It depends on how much time you put in. So like if you love math and you're doing, 30 hours of math a week and you're just like, this is the best thing ever, I can do this all day, right? Then, you'll probably get through Calc 1 pretty fast, right? That seems fine. But if you're wanting to take it a little slower, then that's going to be it's going to be a little harder. Let's see. What helped you learn math the quickest? And you had all the logics down. Yeah, so this is always that tricky question again. I unfortunately, or fortunately, I love doing math even when I was a little kid. So it's very hard for me to tell whether or not I was good at it or I became good at it because I just did so much of it. So like when I learned my times tables as like a little kid, I loved learning them so much. I would go home after school and I would have my dad, give me more times tables to do because, I was that much of a crazy kid. And so the point is that if you like doing that so much, then you have a tendency to get really good at something because you do it that much. And so like we did like times tables in school. I was never like the fastest times tabler, right? There were other kids faster than me. And the same thing with other stuff, I wasn't necessarily the fastest, whatever or whatnot. But that isn't really the point, right? Even if you're not the fastest or you're slow, right? It's really a matter of like how much time you're willing to spend on it. Me, I was willing to spend so much time on math. It was kind of it was it was a lot. It was a lot of math. I was just willing to do everything. I was willing to do all the problems. I wanted to know why the quadratic formula worked the way it did. I made my teacher sit with me for hours while I asked him, like, why does this quadratic formula work this way? Is it like, I remember having massive discussions with my teachers on like, why can't we divide by zero? I want to know why we can't divide by zero. Like, tell me, what is the magical formula? Like, what is, what if I just say we can divide by zero? Then like, can I just do that? Like, what's wrong with just saying you can't, and I would have all these things over and over again, Oh, someone raised their hand. Moon, if you would like to have a chat, we can have a chat together. Otherwise, I'm just answering questions that people are posting. Do you think a math degree is a valued degree in today's world? Well, you're asking someone who's gainfully employed with a math degree, so in my opinion, yeah, I'm paid quite well for what I do. I think it's very good. Oh, it was accident. Oh, gotcha. No worries. No worries. Um, let's see. I get lost in doing proofs, 2 or even 3 pages. Yeah, it takes practice, man. Um, I remember the first time I started learning to do proofs, and I felt because I did calculus and I love doing calculus, right? And there was just so much memorization in calculus. You memorize all these formulas and whatnot, and I was like, oh, this is the best ever, you know. But I would just spend so much time with it, right? Because I did all the calculus problems and whatnot. But then I went into like rigorous math where we started doing proofs, and I was like, wait, this is so much more like simultaneously incredibly simplistic and yet incredibly more complicated. It's like, because like now I wasn't allowed to just know the formula and do the thing and then whatever, but I had to literally explain every single frickin' step. Like, well, how do I know that there's a number that is smaller than this other number? How do I know that? How do I know that there is even such a thing? You know, that stuff takes an incredibly long time to get very good at. You have to read a lot and study a lot and listen a lot. And one of the things that, of course, happens is when you study a lot of math, you learn there's problems that we don't know how to solve in math. And so there are plenty of questions in math that no one knows the answer to. And so the rigorousness of math is so important because eventually you'll be asking questions that people are going to be like, I don't know the answer to that. And so if you don't have the rigorousness in place, then no one is even sure what a correct answer would even look like, right? And so, like the Riemann hypothesis, I know what a correct proof of the Riemann hypothesis would look like because I know how proofs are supposed to look, right? And so I could read a proof and be like, oh, that's a correct argument versus not a correct argument. But no one currently has a proof to the Riemann hypothesis, so we don't know if it's true, right? It's 5:30 a.m. in my country. I'm going to go to sleep. Good night. Take care. You too, man. Thanks so much for listening. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and switch over to here. What are you guys talking about? Getting into trig was where I noped out of maths. No worries. Yeah. Proofs were hard for me at first. I couldn't get the Peano axioms and its consequences. Yeah, definitely tricky. Yeah. Let's see. So if anyone wants to type a question, you can type a question, or if you want to chat with me directly, you can just raise your hand in the audience, and then you can get promoted to the top and chat one-on-one. Could you explain the left-hand limits and right-hand limits rigorously? I'm still in Tao's chapter 9. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, let's see. So, a limit, right, is a limit just means you're doing it from both directions at the same time, right? So, like the limit as you go to 5 of 1 over, x plus 7 or something, right? So you have a function, and then you have a limit. You're simply saying, well, I want to know what the value of this is when I get very, very close to 5, right? So we have a statement for that, right? Which is for every epsilon greater than 0, there exists a delta. Is it delta? Yeah, delta greater than 0, such that if x is within 5 delta amount, and x doesn't have to be 5. That's an important point. So x can be any number besides 5. Now some books will try to use a set that distinguishes where the x can be. So it'll be the limit as x goes to 5 over some set. But a lot of books just say x not equal to 5. They just say that. Or they even write this as a double inequality. They go x minus 5 is less than delta. So if you just make this strict, then x doesn't have to be 5, right? So as long as you're allowing x to not be 5. Then the implication is that f of x minus the L has to be less than epsilon, right? Yeah, the function may not be defined at the point. So limits don't require you to know anything about the function at the point, right? That would be, it'd be kind of silly if they did. Now, continuity is the definition that the limit equals the value. So continuity does require the point at 5 to satisfy the definition. And what that means is that you're just combining the two statements. This is the statement for a limit, and then the statement for continuity is just when x is 5, you get the same result. And so if you drop this part, it then becomes the definition of continuity. But if you include this part, then it's the definition of a limit, right? And so the definition for a left-handed limit, let's say, is simply going to include that extra restriction. You just simply say, okay, for all epsilon greater than 0, there exists a delta such that if x is less than 5 and 0 is less than x minus 5 is less than delta, right? And there's probably a way to make this, to combine these together, because if I know it's less than 5, then I know that x minus 5 is negative, so I can multiply this by a negative and then move the x to the other side or whatever. But you can just put them together, right? So left-handed limit is x less than 5 and this condition, then I get f of x minus L is less than epsilon, right? And so this is now left-handed limit, and this one was just a general limit, right? And then you can do the same thing with a right-handed limit. You can take the condition x is greater than 5, and you have this particular condition, right? So left-handed and right-handed limits only make sense in like calculus, where we're talking about the real line. It gets quite a bit more complicated when you talk about complex numbers, because complex numbers are not on a number line anymore. they're in the plane. And so now when you talk about a limit, it's not talking about it from the left direction or the right direction. It's talking about it from all possible directions at the same time, including spirals, right, that go into the point, right? And so that becomes quite a bit more complicated, because you can't just talk about a left side or a right side. There is no left side or right side anymore with respect to complex numbers. But for the real line, we have a left side and a right side. And so that's perfectly allowed. You can talk about the left side or the right side. Yeah, complex numbers do not have an order. In fact, it's even worse than that. They cannot be ordered. There is no symbol that you can make that allows you to well order the complex numbers such that, sorry, I shouldn't say well order. That's the wrong phrasing. To order the complex numbers such that it respects arithmetic. So you want it to respect the arithmetic rules, like you can add to both sides and then the inequality is still respected or whatnot. So there's no way to do that with complex numbers. Complex numbers cannot be ordered. There is no ordering to them that you can do, right? I think I missed a question up here. Oh, Amun, yes. Are you a professor? Yes, I used to be a professor. I haven't been a professor in a long time, but I used to be a professor. I taught college mathematics, and then private industry offered me way too much money, so then I left teaching. Mm-hmm. Yeah. How often do mathematicians actually use dependent type theory as a foundational system compared to something like ZFC? Been trying to dabble with dependently typed programming languages recently. Interesting. I don't actually know a lot about dependent type theory. Um, every book I've ever read is ZFC is the standard. So when I do real analysis, ZFC complex variables, ZFC topology, ZFC, literally the concept of unmeasurable sets is what is it called? The Vitali. Is it Vitali? What's the theorem? Hang on. Let me Google it real quick. What's the theorem? Theorem for unmeasurable set. Vitali. Oh wow, I actually remember the name correctly. Okay, so Vitali theorem. So that theorem is directly a direct consequence of the axiom of choice. So that's part of ZFC. So no, as far as I know, I'm not aware of like any measure theory book that would ever not use ZFC. Like ZFC is the standard for like any type of foundational mathematics, whether it's calculus or real analysis or complex variables or linear algebra or modern algebra or geometry or any of those things, right? There are plenty of other changes to that, of course. Like lots of people study set theory stuff or foundational mathematics, I should say, but people do. But in general, ZFC is the standard. That's the standard you see in any other book, right? Yeah. Let's see. Did anyone ask a question here? Good night. Gotcha. Yeah. X0 in the domain, the author uses intersections with 0 to infinity. Yes, yeah, that's another way to do it. You can say the intersection, right? You just remember that an inequality is those are identical, right? A number is less than 5 if and only if the number is in the interval negative infinity to 5, right? Like this is. And so some books will give a definition for intervals, right? Other books and give a definition for an inequality. Other books will just give one of them, but no matter which one you're given, you can prove that they're equal. Some of them even just define one of these as the other one. Like some books will say x less than 5 means the number is in the interval here, or x is in this interval means x is less than 5. Like these are just stated to be the same thing. So some books literally just say that these are the same. Yeah. Yeah. Did you always like studying math? Yes. I was always very, very fond of math. So I studied a lot of it, and study is a harsh word because when you really like doing something, you don't normally think of it as like studying. Like I always did all the math because I just loved doing it. Whereas in other classes, I hated doing it, right? That was studying. I had to study history. That was a pain in the ass, right? But studying math, I didn't really study math. I just did all the math, you know. So, let's see. Would you say a proof is just a philosophical argument? So no, I wouldn't. And that's because proofs don't make any truth claims about the real world. So philosophers are strongly concerned about applicability, at least most of the time. So they're typically interested in human morals, what it is that, people should do or should not do, or how does the world actually behave, or how does time actually work. And they want to have a philosophical discussion on these things to try to understand how these things can happen or the way that they can work. And so they typically will come up with some definitions, some words, and then try to define those words and whatnot. Mathematicians just don't do any of that, because mathematicians have a tendency to not care if what they're saying is truly true or truly false. I mean, they do maybe, emotionally, right? But at the end of the day, a mathematician is just simply going to, be like, hey, here's the definitions I'm using. If you like using those definitions, cool, yay, we're on the same page. If you don't, then they'll be like, well, then, write your own book, I guess, right? Like there's no requirement in math. You're not required to ever do what someone says, unless you want to be on the same page as everyone else, right? That's the only reason that we all agree, is because we all want to be, learning the same thing that everyone else is learning, right? And so this is why a lot of math books just simply don't even define words at the beginning of them. They'll just be like, hey, a set, and you'll be like, what is a set? Be like, well, it's a thing that has elements in it. Okay, well, what are elements? Well, they're things that are in sets. And you're like, yeah, but you just told me a set is the thing with the elements in it. Well, yeah. So what are the elements? Well, they're just things in sets. So what are they? I have no idea. I have no idea, man. It's just what we call it. So that's how a mathematician behaves, right? Let's see. Do you understand? Ode Guardian asked a question. I'm sorry. How often do mathematicians actually... Oh, yeah. I answered that one about ZFC. Yes. Science was actually called natural philosophy for the longest time. That is true, but that's true of every science topic. You can go to universities today, and they have the Department of, Natural Sciences. And the Department of Natural Sciences includes sometimes philosophy, sometimes mathematics, sometimes, some other things considered natural, whatnot. And when you go further back in time, people didn't really have as much distinctions, right? So like a mathematician was also the astronomer and the architect and the engineer and the electrical engineer. Like they did all the same things, right? And if you go too far back, right, you have like Descartes. Descartes was a mathematician and a philosopher. To him, I don't think he considered himself those separate things. I think he just considered himself an intellectual, And so that's why in the same writing he might be talking about, Cartesian coordinate systems, while also talking about philosophy, right? Because those weren't even considered like separate fields, really. What is your most controversial math opinion? Controversial. I've heard some mathematicians get incredibly upset if you tell them 0 is a natural number. Yet, I have so many books in which 0 is a natural number. Like numbers start at 0. So I'll just make that declaration for all the people that want to get really upset. When you start counting, you learn to count. The first number is 0. It is not 1, it's 0. So that is a fact. I do not care what anyone's argument is. It's a fact. 0's the first number, right? So Python got it correctly, and so did all the mathematicians that start the natural numbers at 0, right? So all the ones that started at 1, they're crazy. I don't know what's wrong with them. We don't start counting at 1. We start counting at 0, right? So that's my hot take. Let's see. Self-learning math from books and courses. Do you have advice to help? Thanks. Yeah, there's, join the Discord. We have lots of people wanting to do math stuff on the Discord. You can ask questions there. I also put up my book list, so I have all the books that I have, and I go from basic math all the way to graduate level. So like if you wanted a basic math book, I have a recommendation of a basic math book. There's also, lots of videos and YouTube tutorials and other things online. I hope to organize that a little better. Maybe I could try and put together like a roster of places to learn particular things. I'm also hoping to make more videos on graduate level mathematics on my YouTube. At the moment, I just have a few lectures on logic, so I probably need a little bit more to show up. Do you have advice that can help? Thanks. Let's see. Just finished differential equations this summer. Never again. Oh, that's sad. We love differential equations. Differential equations are amazing, right? Let's see. Yes. So I'm happy you got through your differential equations, though. That's very good. But lots of there's so much more after differential equations. You're at just the beginning, man. You got Fourier transforms to learn about. You got modern algebra. You got topology. You got all kinds of stuff. There's so much more. When do you think is the best time to start calculus? What are the most fundamental to be good in calculus and advanced math in general? So calculus is it's considered like the start of math, I guess, to a lot of math people, right? Like this is the beginning of math, right? In reality, I know we have a lot of math before that. We have, the trigonometry and the algebra and the arithmetic and the pre-algebra and all that. But a lot of that is kind of the preparatory work of like understanding symbols and how to manipulate symbols and things along those lines, right? So the first time you're introduced to like incredibly rigorous math is calculus. And to be clear, calculus is incredibly comprehensive. Calculus covers so much math. When you pick up a math book like Stewart, more than half of that Newton didn't even know about, and he's the guy that invented calculus, right? And the reason is because there's been so much refinement to carefully curate and create this entire literature of math, and that's the calculus series. And so most people take about 2 years to get through all of the calculus, and it's incredibly comprehensive. So what you're doing in calculus is you are studying the most useful parts of mathematics in like its giant comprehension. Yes, there's all kinds of other things that you don't learn in calculus. You don't learn anything about linear algebra or differential equations or topology or a modern algebra or whatnot. But the core, like everything we understand about like fluid dynamics and how to measure pressure and how to get a little rocket to fucking land on the moon and whatnot, all of that's in calculus, man. That's all in calculus, so it's like calculus is very, very good. Yes, I encourage everyone to take calculus if they can, right? What would be easy for you with your expertise in math? Become a physicist. Thank you. Oh, would it be easy for you to become a physicist? Maybe. I don't know. Physicists are a little crazy. I don't know if I can smoke the reefer and become a physicist or whatnot. Maybe. Let's see. What was the moment that you felt that you were ready to take calculus? And what are the most important fundamentals you have to learn to be good at advanced mathematics? So how did I feel? So certainly, and I'm a big proponent of this, I think you have to do trigonometry independently. I did trigonometry independently before I did calculus, and I think that independent class of trigonometry was very, very important. if you haven't had a standalone trigonometry class, I think that can make calculus quite a bit harder. Um, and so I highly recommend to take a trigonometry class before you start in on a calculus class. Some people need a lot of practice with their algebra and their trigonometry, and so some people take a class called pre-calculus, and pre-calculus contains it contains basically a review of all of algebra, as well as comprehensive understanding of functions, and then prepares you for calculus. So then you can take calculus. Right? Let's see. Makes sense for the whenever it serves. Lines. Gotcha. Let's see. Oh, I had another question over here. Sorry. If we have two logic systems which both have three axioms, and we give them a question and they make a theorem based on their respective axioms. There's a bunch of other ones. Do you have any books on understanding logical thinking in general that help in creative thought and behind proofs? So every math book after calculus is all about proofs. So there's probably some good books out there on like introduction to proof or beginning, proof in mathematics or whatnot. But if you have any topic, it's going to involve proof. And so it really matters the flavor of math that you'd like to do while you're being introduced to it. If you like real analysis and you like delta epsilon, then you probably go with like a beginning real analysis book, and that's going to go over proofs dealing with continuity and limits and all that. But you can do proofs just as easily in number theory. A lot of people really enjoy proofs in number theory because they're quite a bit simpler in terms of complexity. And so learning to do proofs there is typically a lot easier. My favorite introduction to number theory book is Burton's number theory book. It's very good, and it doesn't require a lot of math. You might even be able to read the book without necessarily taking calculus, because you're studying number theory. So to be clear, studying number theory is studying, what makes multiplication and division and addition and subtraction work the way that they do. Like what is it that we know about like adding numbers or multiplying numbers? So everything in number theory is a whole number. You're always talking about whole numbers. Like I have a number and it's divisible by 3. What does that mean? What's special about being divisible by 3? Is there special statements about numbers? Like all of this is part of number theory. It's very interesting, right? Just finished differential equations this summer. Never again. Oh, that's funny. Laplace in my nightmares. Oh, not Laplace. I got engineering math after this. Oh, then you'll be doing lots more math. If we have two logical systems, both with 3 axioms, and we give them a question and they make a theorem based on their respective axioms, one question, both give different answers than the other, they give the same answer. My general question is, if this then generally true, since we can make any number of logical systems that also give the same answer, but at the same time there can also be any number that negates it. Bobby, just a thing to be a bit quiet and hard to hear. Oh, I'm sorry. I can... I don't know if this will... I don't want to make it too loud, or... I have a little thing that bounces and it floats in the yellow, so I feel like it's recording it well. I don't want to... It might be that your speakers are low, man. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. So, my general is there. I'm not quite sure what you're asking about the logic system. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best to understand it. Thank you for your time. I'll be joining the Discord soon. Okay, thanks, man. What was your favorite class in math? Oh, what was my favorite class in math? Oh, yeah, obviously complex variables. I'm an analyst, and my complex variables class was like just the absolute, like, I found it's so I like all of math, right? So, like, how would you rank your classes on a scale from 1 to 10? Well, they're all going to be like near a 10, right? But like the one that was a 10 was complex variables. I love complex variables. I love differential equations and analysis and whatnot. I think that was just so awesome, right? It was very cool. Fell in love with math. I even left 3 women and I was going out with just because math made me go monk, and I can't wait until I understand all these topics in math. But hey, so my advisor would always say to me, it was always a tongue-in-cheek joke, right? But I'm getting my PhD, and he's like, you're wanting to become a mathematician. That means you're going to be taking the vow of poverty and the vow of silence and the vow of whatever. And then he'd always turn to me and he'd go, and the vow of abstinence, right? And I'd look at him and he'd go, okay, fine, we'll give you that one. Yeah, that was always hilarious. So let's see. Do you have any books to help understand probability? I'm 12 and I struggle to understand where all the formulas come from. Oh man, so I don't know. I've never taught any high school or middle school mathematics, so I wouldn't really be able to help you there. I have a lot of college books, so I can tell you about college books. Probability is can be tricky to understand. We rarely teach it. I think we rarely teach it like at the high school or middle school level, unless we're talking about it very vaguely. We're like, hey, we have percentages, and then we talk about something having a probability with respect to a percentage. So we go, oh, there's a 50% chance a coin is going to flip heads or tails. And that's about the most that you'll learn about probability. You'll learn it with coins or with dice or something along those lines, right? But it's highly unlikely that you'll learn more about probability till later on. If you want to see more complicated formulas, you'll need to get like a stat book. And again, I don't know any middle school or high school stat books really. I do know college stat books. So the one that I taught out of was oh gosh, it's on my Discord. I have it on a list somewhere. Um, if I can remember it off the top of my head. Gould. So Gould's stat book is very good, and that's for people to learn stats that don't know any calculus, right? So like if you don't know any calculus and you'd like to know how stats work and how probability works, that's a great introduction book, and you don't have to know any calculus or anything. And so that's very good, right? If you want a more advanced probability book, then I have plenty of those. I have a book by Fund, I think, if I remember correctly, and he has a comprehensive graduate level probability and statistics book, and that is where you'll see like really complicated looking formulas, and then yeah, so there's so much to unpack there. So probability to a mathematician doesn't exist, right? Mathematicians study something called measure theory. That's actually what probability is to a mathematician, right? Um, so in measure theory, this went down. Shit. So I'm like talking away, and the Instagram can't hear me anymore. Give me a second. Let me go live. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I gotta get faster at doing this. Copy. And then connecting. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay. So measure theory is the real part of probability and statistics. So like mathematicians don't actually care about like what are the odds of this or what is the probability. Those are just words we invent to have some intuition about it, right? Mathematicians actually care about like measure theory, like how do I measure a space, and can I measure this space, and is this space measurable, and if it is measurable, what is the measure with respect to this particular measure, right? And these are how mathematicians typically talk about things, as they talk about measure. And so measure is really the fundamentals of probability theory. And so that's why, like in probability theory, you might hear about a theorem called Chebyshev's inequality, which is the generalization of the empirical rule, right? In measure theory, that's an integral inequality. Like there's an inequality that all integrals satisfy, and it's known in measure theory, and it's called Chebyshev's inequality, and it's just a thing that's known, right? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I got a bunch of questions on YouTube. I mean, if there can be an infinite amount of logic systems that say a theorem is true, is it then generally true? But then we can argue that there can be an infinite path of systems that negate it, not path, but amount. I don't know what it was writing. So there, a logic system can be invented any way you want. And a logic system can always reject any formula that you want to write, right? Like I could come up with a sentence and I could come up with a logic system in which that sentence is false. And that can always be the case. There's no way for me to like prevent that from happening. There are some general thoughts though, which is that like if we generally accept a standard method of creating sentences and we generally accept what we think a sentence should be, what a sentence should satisfy to be considered true, right? Then we can construct like classes of logic systems whereby there are properties that that appear to exist for the entire class. So like one example would be the entire collection of all possible zeroth order logic systems. Every single zeroth order logic system, there are many that you could define. You could come up with all kinds of them if you wanted, but all of them have a fundamental set of things that are always going to be theorems of them. And it turns out that those are all the tautologies. So any tautology is a theorem of every single zeroth order logic system that you can think of, right? Assuming that you have enough expressibility. You could, in theory, take no axioms, in which case there is nothing that's true in your system, but that really wouldn't mean anything, right? So there is such things as what you're saying, which is like general theorems that exist in whole classes or categories of logic systems. That is true. Yeah. Did the live disconnect or was it on my end? It disconnected. I apologize. Instagram only lets me stream for an hour. I don't know why they have that limitation, but after an hour's up, it closes, and I can't do anything about that. Let's see. I don't understand when scientists say that math describes reality better than anything. Honestly, I don't know what they say either, because math is made up, right? Like we made it up, and sometimes it's a good description of reality, and sometimes it really sucks, right? Um, so it being a better description from reality, I'm not sure. Certainly, a physicist is going to argue with you, because a physicist is going to argue that everything that they do is the real, fabric of reality, and that they're special and they know all the, special sauce stuff, right? So a physicist is never going to agree with that. They're going to say that they actually know what true reality looks like, right? They're studying actual reality. The mathematicians are all stuck on a whiteboard somewhere. Physicists are doing the real work. So yeah. Let's see. Can systems only be internally consistent? No. So, there, in some sense, there's a separation of whether or not a system is consistent, meaning that you can demonstrate that its axioms don't have any contradictions in them, right? And that can be done at the meta-analysis of the system, right? Um, Versus whether or not we can know a system is consistent, um, even if we're unable to demonstrate its consistency through the meta-analysis of the system. So that there's technically a separation there, and the only reason that we care about that separation or even know about it is because we have things like arithmetic, which we don't know if arithmetic is consistent, but there are outside logic, systems or references that we can make that allow us to demonstrate that arithmetic is consistent on other assumptions in mathematics. And so we're fairly confident that arithmetic is consistent, even though we can prove that arithmetic cannot be shown to be consistent within the meta logic of the system that created arithmetic, right? So that's part of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. You can demonstrate that you'll never be able to prove arithmetic is consistent, right? Let's see. I don't understand when scientists say the math describes reality. For example, imaginary numbers, or how engineering applies math to their problem. Yeah, I'm not sure. For example, imaginary numbers. Math is incredibly strange and weird. That's for sure. Does it? It doesn't tell us everything about reality. That's for sure. It isn't consistent with reality at times, but it's certainly incredibly useful. It appears to be anyway, right? So. I don't understand when scientists say that math describes reality better. Yeah, I'd probably have to be in a discussion with a scientist that's saying that, and we'd have some philosophical debate or something. Let's see. My dream is to get measure theory after real analysis. Yes, well, that is certainly the case. Measure theory is considered the next topic of real analysis. Like, I literally have a book. I think, is it? No, I don't think I have it here. There's a book by Fitzpatrick. It's called Real Analysis, and the book, like 90% of the book is measure theory. That's what you learn in real analysis is measure theory, right? So after you take an introduction to real analysis, then what is considered mostly either advanced undergraduate or probably graduate level is a advanced real analysis book, and advanced real analysis is definitionally measure theory. Yeah. You said that a physicist would argue with me about that, but physicists are mathematicians with big egos, ain't they? uh, Maybe. I don't know. I mean, people come in all kinds of different flavors. Sometimes people seem like they have a big ego, especially in like math or physics, but really they're just really socially awkward. So they don't know how to they don't know how to channel it correctly, you know? So like, uh, sometimes you got to give people the benefit of a doubt. I don't know. What do you think about a theory of time? Oh, I don't know. I'm not like a philosopher person. I prefer to stick with whatever version of time the physicists tell me exists, right? So like if we have experiments and, you know, like where we can't tell which side is the cause or which side's the effect, or, you know, we have events happen in two different orders from two different, you know, observers or whatever. I'm just like, okay, that's how time works. And I just go with whatever is we know about time. I don't really know. I don't have like a theory of like A theory or B theory. I don't have any philosophical idea. Like if any of the philosophical ideas don't agree with the observations, then I don't know what to do with that. And more importantly, philosophers never give equations for anything. So I'm like, what's your differential equation for time? And if they're like, I don't know, then I'm like, well, then I'm going to stick with the differential equation. You know, I'm going to stick with the one we know, right? Um, let's see. Oh, really? Could one understand physics 1 and possibly 2 rigorously with real analysis? Oh, so physics, you only need calculus for physics. So you probably don't need the rigorous proofness with respect to real analysis. And a lot of physics, they they're probably not going to go into like measure theory. They're not going to be super rigorous on that. I mean, maybe they will a little bit. They might give their hat tip to, you know, measurable set or unmeasurable set, but highly unlikely. Most physicists, every function is integrable, every set is measurable. They don't even think about it. They're just like, well, obviously those things are true because those stupid mathematicians inventing these things that clearly don't exist in reality, right? Um, so like a physicist looks at, you know, what is it, the Banach-Tarski paradox, and goes, yeah, that's complete bullshit. And you know that, and they're right, because like that clearly doesn't fit with reality. So you know, that's yeah. Let's see. If anyone wants to chat, just you can click the hand raise button, and you can chat live if you'd like. Otherwise, you can just keep posting questions, and I'll answer stuff. Remember Physics 2 professor deriving a fundamental theorem of magnesium and did a trick. She said mathematicians hate. Yeah, that sounds about right. Do you code? And if so, have you found math to assist, if at all? Oh, yes. I have programmed every week, if not every day, for decades. The programming language I learned a long time ago was Python. And that's been the number one thing that I've needed to know since then. I've picked up a little bit of terminology in other languages here and there, mostly because I was forced to, you know, like I wanted to change the compiler of Python a little bit, so I had to like learn a little bit of C or whatnot. But for the most part, when it comes to mathematical rigor, Python seems to be the go-to thing to be a very effective mathematician, or engineer or physicist. Like if you want to be able to do theoretical physics or math or engineering, Python is going to be your go-to tool, because that's where you have all of the modules. You can do symbolic reasoning, you can do calculus, you can do estimatory functions, machine learning functions, neural networks, everything you'd ever need or want to do to look valuable to an employer, you can do in Python, right? And so those things show up. So I'm not hireable for making an app or something. If you hire me to make an app, you are wasting so much money, right? I don't know how to make an app. But if you want someone to model data for you, I can do that very well, So Python's very good. I highly recommend to learn Python. Now, if you're becoming a pure mathematician, so you're not going into like engineering or physics or something, there are pure math things to also go learn. One would probably be like Mathematica. Mathematica is like the go-to standard for pure mathematics, right, in terms of programming. There's other things, like if you want to do logic programming, you probably would want to go learn like Mod. Mod is a logic programming language, right? And so then you can do logical proofs and things, right? Isn't Python pretty slow? No. So Python used to be slow, maybe, but if you program it correctly, it's incredibly fast. In fact, all the time, benchmarks of NumPy and C++ are put side by side, and NumPy smokes C++. And you might say, well, why does it go so fast? Well, because it's written in pure C, right? So, like, whatever you're thinking of programming in C or C++ to try to be the best, fastest thing it can be, that's already in NumPy. So NumPy is the thing programmed to be as fast as possible. So if you want to do array calculations incredibly fast, then using NumPy is going to typically be one of the fastest ways to do that. Now, there is a caveat, which is that if you have a highly specialized specific function for a specific task in a specific tool, and you know low-level C, and you know how to fucking tell the compiler to get rid of all this shit and get rid of all this check code and stop doing this other stuff and basically build the most basic, simple type of program you could possibly compile, you absolutely can get C to go faster than Python. Absolutely, right? But we're talking about very specific, like if you want to go to work for Intel and you want to build drivers for chipsets, okay, fine. You need to go learn C or C++ or one of these other low-level languages, right? But if you're just wanting to do array calculations, like I want to just pull in, a million vectors, and I just want to like dot product them all together or something. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way you're going to get C++ to go faster than NumPy. NumPy is just going to smoke that. Yeah. Or you'll end up programming literally the NumPy module over again. That's what'll end up happening. I'm looking for the book list that you said you have. Oh, yeah. So if you go into my Discord, there's a channel at the top called Bobby's Bookshelf. And I haven't made it very organized. I apologize. Right now, there's just a post of a PDF at the bottom. If you click that, you can just have a list of all the books I have. Those are the books on my bookshelf. I'm hoping to make that section look a little fancier with, like, the different books, and you can kind of see them all like shelved out or whatever, and be kind of cool. But I was playing around with trying to make images to do that, but I haven't gotten around to it. It was taking a lot of time. So at the moment, you just get the dump of the PDF, so you can see my PDF there, the long list. Let's see. Do you play chess? I do play chess. I'm not very good. Well, I should say I don't play a lot of chess. I'm okay at chess, but my big game is Go. I play a lot of Go. Not as much anymore, but I do play a lot of Go. So, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. What do you think of Anthropic destroying all the books? Yeah, AI is doing a lot of shitty things. So there is there's a lot of to think about with AI, right? AI is going to do a lot to change stuff, in how we think about things and how we do things. I don't know if the legal process is going to be able to keep up with that fast enough, right? So, like, for example, there already exists a service. Like, this already exists out there, right? So there was this concept a long time ago where, like, if you wanted to have some type of software, right, you can't just copy someone's software because that's copyright infringement, okay? So you might say, well, what if I hire a programmer and the programmer writes up the software reading over the other person's software? So they just write up new software that's mimicking what the old software is doing, right? And that was deemed in court to be copyright infringement. It's still copyright infringement if you simply just copy what someone else's software does, right? Well, companies decided to do something more complicated. They said, well, wait a second. What if I hire two people and one of them is someone that's going to write a standards manual? So they read over an entire collection of, some set of library, and then they write up a standards on how that library is supposed to interact and deal with all of the different data types and all of the different functions that it needs to be able to do. And then I pass that off to someone else to then program a module that does all of the standards. That was deemed as not copyright infringement, right? So you can hire two people that are separate from each other, one to write up all the standards of someone else's code, and someone else to program a new module completely disjoint from the code. They don't see the code, right? Well, AI software has apparently been able to do this in seconds. You can literally have, and there are multiple companies doing this now. You can go to a company and be like, hey, I'd like NumPy without the open source attachment anymore. They'll be like, yeah, no problem. Download NumPy, run it through AI thing that builds a standards manual fed into another AI, and boom, it dumps out the entire module, and now it's technically no longer under open source. It's now part of your company's code, right? There's a little bit of a caveat, of course, which is that the courts have already ruled anything output by an AI is not copyrightable because it wasn't made by a human. And so in some sense, you're not going to be able to have proprietary code, right? But it does allow you to get around copyright. And we don't have any defense against that. Like, if we were interested in trying to protect copyright in some way, how are you going to do that in a post-AI world? Like, whatever number of degrees of separation you think are required to allow copyright to exist, AI is going to destroy that immediately, right? Intellectual property isn't that like this. Well, this is the rise of cryptography. Yes, yeah, same as cybercrime. Yeah. What do you think of Anthropic destroying all the books? Yeah. Yeah, AI is going to change a lot of things, and I don't think everyone knows what it's gonna turn into. So it's a thing, but it's not gonna go away. So, you know. Let's see. Back over to YouTube. I am looking for the book list. Blah blah. Okay, isn't Python pretty slow? What do you think of Linux? Oh, Linux. I love Linux. Linux is amazing. Linux is how you build a correct operating system. Right. That's the appropriate way to do it. This is why every single frickin' server on the planet runs Linux. All of your internet traffic goes through goddamn Linux. All of the major companies use fucking Linux when they stand up their servers. All of your cloud operations are fucking Linux, right? No one's fucking using Windows, right? Because Windows sucks ass. Everything runs on Linux. Linux is the standard. Literally all of your back end stuff. Like for example, if you want to, back in the day when I was, fucking around with Xboxes and modding them and whatnot, what operating system would you crash them into? Oh, you crash them into a Linux operating system because Linux is just that versatile. You can run it off a fucking Xbox, right? Linux is the standard of running any operating system. Every major open source operating system, I think even Android, is built off of like some basic Linux concepts, right? So Linux is just very fundamental. It's very standard. It's the standard operating system that everyone uses, right? Now, what do we hate about Linux is that it's not user friendly. You don't get all of your menus and GUIs and wonderful, this, that, and the other. And it doesn't have a giant, how would we call it? A giant government brain thing that is observing and watching every fucking thing you're doing on the computer 24/7, right? It doesn't have that. And so because it doesn't have that, that also means you lack that supervision. And when you lack that supervision, you might go install a video driver and be like, oh, let me just install this video driver real quick. And boop, your entire system's fucking bricked, right? And that's because that's what Linux does, right? Linux doesn't have any, recovery modes or second recovery modes or, GUIs to help you click through and figure out, what broke or didn't break or whatever, right? And that's why people typically that are wanting to use an end product are going to go with something like Apple, which is technically Linux, but Apple or Windows, right? Is because they want the GUI interface and they want the giant mothership, the overarching brain thing that's monitoring everything you're doing and making sure you're not bricking the system, yeah. So anyway, that's my rundown of operating systems. 0 days, because it's all open source. Yeah, open source stuff is good. That certainly makes it, much easier. Do you mainly use pandas for data analysis? Have you used R? I have used R. I find R to be incredibly slow. And maybe I'm not a good R user. That's for sure. Pandas is very good. Pandas is incredibly fast. And one of the reasons it's so fast is because Pandas is built on NumPy. All of those columns and everything, those are all NumPy, right? The way in which it does its indexing is incredibly fast. Pandas is very good. Some follow-ups to that are Seaborn. So Seaborn is when you want to do graphics of pandas, right? So whenever you want to do like plot your clusters or plot your, whatever, right? Then you're going to use pandas. And of course, for actually doing the calculations on pandas data, you're going to go to your sklearn stuff. So you're going to do your Gaussian mixture models or your SVMs or, linear regression or whatever, right? So those are the three data analysis programs that you learn by heart is Pandas, Seaborn, and whatever the other one was that I just said. What did I just say? Pandas, Seaborn, sklearn. sklearn, Pandas, Seaborn. Yeah, those are the three. Yeah. Let's see. We don't fuck with Linux. yeah, we don't want to fuck with Linux. That's for sure. What's my favorite daily driver for Linux? I don't know if I have a driver for Linux. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean like drivers, like system, like so that, your hardware can interact with the system, or Or do you mean like a particular operating system? Oh, distro. Yeah, yeah. So, I personally at, home, I'm using Windows, right? And that's because everything runs on Windows. All of your programs run on Windows. I got my Discord. I got my, voice meter open. I got my VS Code and my, OBS open and whatnot. And could all that work on Linux? Maybe. But in general, I'm going to be using Windows on a daily basis. When I go to work and I'm SSHing to mainframes and whatnot, those are all going to be Linux, right? And so my big computation calculations, those are going to be Linux, right? And honestly, I think that that's where you're going to get your biggest difference between Linux and Windows. Is if you've ever done any type of multiprocessing, Windows is a pain in the ass. Windows controls all of your processing. So anytime you try to do a sub process, it goes, oh, I'm sorry, you want to open up a new process? Let me do some checks to make sure you're not hacking into the system. Okay, you're not hacking into the system. Let me restart an entire new process for you. Here you go. And then it passes you the pointer. The point is that it can take minutes to open up all of your sub-processors, right, or your workers, and then your workers are literally scrutinized as they're attempting to do their computation. So you can't just do multiprocessing on Windows. It's a pain in the ass, right? But on Linux just doesn't give a fuck in the slightest. It literally is a clone. You have a process and you just call a single command, and Linux is like, no problem, and it just makes 30 copies of that exact same process and then just reassigns their numbers and then sends them back to you. So Linux can open up new or split a process instantly. It can do it instantly. And so Linux is by far the absolute best program, or the best operating system for doing computation. What particular distro I use, that's typically decided by my work, So sometimes I'm on a CentOS system, sometimes I'm on a Red Hat system. It depends on which system I'm connecting to or whatever. I don't normally care that much, As long as they all have Bash installed, that's all I care about. And when they don't have Bash, I get annoyed. But if they have Bash installed, I'm like, oh, that's fine. I don't really care. I did a lot of research to stochastic processes. Thoughts on stochastic calculus? Tanaka. I don't know Tanaka or Ito. Those don't sound familiar to me. Generally, the word stochastic means effectively probabilistic. And so probabilistic processes are things that we do to get closer and closer to something, right? Like some type of limiting process. So I'm familiar with the concept of like stochastic gradient descent because that shows up in neural networks, right? I'm also familiar with stochastic arrays because you obviously generate those for various reasons. But like, for example, if I want to do a Markov model, then typically you're going to have stochastic arrays. That's the requirement. And then they have to be like, when you do the calculations on them, you do like the alpha pass and the beta pass. You have to renormalize it, right, back to a stochastic array. And so the point is that stochastic, I understand that terminology, but I may not know specifically what you mean by stochastic calculation or specifically Tanaka. So you'd have to tell me. Let's see. Are you going to do politics and religion today? Maybe later? I'm doing whatever anyone wants to do with me. So this is open forum discussion. If anyone wants to chat with me, you can join the Discord and promote to speaker location. The intention is for this to be an open forum so that anyone can do a one-on-one if they'd like. And but at the moment, people are just typing questions, and so I'm willingly just answering any questions that anyone has. But if you would like to chat with me directly, like if you're, a theist or a Trump supporter or something, and you wanna chat with me, then come on over. We can chat. Oh, Ghost. Let's see.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How's it going?
You said you want to hear, you want to talk to theists.
Sure. If you'd like to talk. Yeah, we can talk.
I mean, if you would like to talk, I am actually an atheist, but, there's, this couple theist arguments I've been hearing recently, and it's about the Fatima children and the, Pedro Pio, and
Padre.
about, God's,
I'm not sure what those. Yeah, I'm not sure what those are. I'm
Uh,
sorry.
I can, talk about them with you, and I just, want to hear what you think about.
Sure,
know?
sure. Why not? Yeah, go ahead.
So the mother, or the Fatima one, was there was these three very young children who were Christian Catholic, and they were apparently visited by an apparition, and the apparition said, "Hey, we're gonna meet at this location every month on this day, and I'm gonna tell you a secret on the third or fourth meeting," right?
Mm-hmm.
So the
Yep.
kids were meeting with the apparition, and as the town in Portugal started to hear about this, they started to also come, and people were documenting it heavily, and this was in 1950s, so we even have pictures people gathering around these children as they're talking to Our Lady Teresa, which is a saint, dead
Okay.
ghost, and even the church wanted to take it from kind of a very side, they didn't want to be very intrusive because they didn't want to seem like they were trying to indoctrinate the society into believing Christianity. And basically Mother Teresa told to these kids, on this day, gather a lot of people here, and I'm going to prove to you that God is real. And what happened on that day is that a cosmic film of dry ice came in between Earth and the sun, and there was purple light in the sky, and there was people were able to stare at the sun directly, and it was documented. There's over 3,000 testimonies about it, and out of 3,000 testimonies, there's only 3 people who claimed not to see anything. There's even triangulation testimonies where there was people behind the location of the sun, and they were claiming to see a red-shifted light through the mountains due to the fact that there's this mist here. But yeah, that's the first thing
Interesting. So I wouldn't know what to say to that other than to research it generally.
it was
I
called
can.
the Miracle of the...
You want me to look it up right now, or I can do
link you
that?
to- Well, yeah, it's just it's a very interesting thing because there's
see.
only one other occurrence in history that's documented of something similar to this happening, and
Uh-huh.
and stuff well, you know what I mean, if it's an unexplained phenomena of people seeing mass hysteria, or mass, that's what it's a mass congregation of people who are seeing something that's infallible to see on Earth.
So what is it
under our
called?
The Miracle of the Sun.
The Miracle of the Sun, something like that. The Miracle Fatima.
Yeah, the Miracle Fatima.
Okay, events to have reported miraculously occurred and attended by large crowds, generally estimated to be gathered by tens of thousands, who gathered in Portugal in response to a prophecy made by 3 shepherd children. Lucia Santos, Francisco, and
Yeah, 3 children.
Jacinta.
Just
The prophecy was that the Virgin Mary would appear and perform miracles on that date. Newspapers published testimony from witnesses who said they had seen extraordinary solar activity, such as sun appearing to dance or zigzag in the sky, advance
Even- yeah, it
towards
even-
the Earth, or
Yeah.
emit multicolored light and radiant colors. According to these reports, the event lasted approximately 10 minutes. The local bishop opened canonical investigation into the event in 1970 to review witness accounts and assess whether the alleged private relations from Mary were compatible with Catholic theology. The local priest conducting the investigation was particularly convinced by the occurring testimony of extraordinary solar phenomenon from secular reports, government officials, and other skeptics in attendance. Bishop Jose Silva declared the miracle worthy of belief on October 13th, 1930, permitting officially the cult of Our Lady Fatima within the Catholic Church.
So
As the
after
gather-
this event,
Yeah.
what happened was you know the rosary, how it's like a couple decades long. It's like a sequence, right? They actually added a part to the rosary because that's what the apparition came down and said is like, hey, you have to add this part to the rosary, and if you do, I will end the war. And after they added it to the rosary, the war ended 1 month prior, and like the kids even predicted the solar activity 3 months prior, the exact date, time, everything, and like
Okay.
a lot of the arguments people have is like,
what
oh,
did they
the sun
predict?
came-
I'm just
So
wondering.
the children predicted the exact date, time, and location that this like crazy solar activity would happen.
Well, was there? So these are the things. So we have to be careful, right? So there's a difference between like people looking up at the sun and being like, "Oh my gosh, look at the greenness" or whatever, especially on a day where they think that expectation is going to happen, versus
It
something
wasn't anything
actually
like that.
different happened, right? Because if there was something that happens every now and then, and it happened on that particular day, I'm not sure that would have much relevance, right?
So the first thing is it's never happened before or after this event. It was like predicted by the children. And so do you know like the location of the sun during 1 p.m.?
Well, hang on. Are you suggesting that there has never been children that predicted miracles, and that lots of witnesses claim that those things happened on a particular day at some point dealing with the sun? I like that's happened thousands of times. I don't know why we would think that hasn't happened before.
I mean, they just predicted that something would happen this day, and they even predicted that the war would end well and stuff like this. They made very conditional statements like if X happens, the war will end.
Sure, they could have made all kinds of predictions. The question is whether or not those predictions were benign or not, right? So I guess these are photos. Is this actual photos of what they took?
There's like a real photo. That's just like an article posted in Portugal about it. But if
These are not real photos. So no one took any photos of the event or anything.
No. Those aren't the actual photographs that were taken. Those are just photographs that were taken, all compiled. But if you go down, there's like the real photo. Were actually like you can see the images.
Whoops.
Look. Yeah. If you just scroll down. Scroll down to,
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to read through it. So let's see. Catholic Shepherd, near from Visions of an Angel. In 1970, Virgin Mary called the Lady of the Rosary. The children claimed the lady prophesied that prayer would bring an end to the Great War. And on October 13th that year, she would reveal her identity and perform a miracle so that all may believe. Did the Great War end on that day? That didn't happen, right?
The Great War didn't end, but it ended a month after.
I mean, a
what was
year
asked for.
later. The Great War ended in 1918 November, so a year later. So obviously that didn't happen, right? But yeah, so children were exclaiming that they wanted the Great War to end, and that there'd be a great miracle on October 13th. This is all believable, and I bet these children really did make these claims, right? Newspapers reported the prophecy, and many pilgrims began visiting the area. The children's accounts were deeply controversial, drawing intense criticism from both secular and religious authorities. A provisional administrator briefly took the children into custody, believing the prophecies were politically motivated in opposition to the officially secular First Portuguese Republic, which had been established in 1910. Okay. Various claims have been made regarding the events that transpired. Many witnesses reported that after a period of rain, the dark clouds parted, revealing the sun as an opaque spinning disk in the sky. It was described as being significantly duller than usual. I'm sorry. So these kinds of claims always throw me off, because it's like, if I were to ask you right now, like, how big do you think the sun is? Like, no one knows this shit, because no one's looking up at the sun all the time, right? But you know what happens when you do look up at the sun? You see like all kinds of fucking shit. You literally fry part of your retina out,
Yeah, but
casting multicolor,
People were able to stare at the sun for 10 minutes, and then there was one guy.
Yeah.
And there's
And
there's
it would
1,000 testimonies similar to this one guy where
Sure.
the guys were able to close their eyes and not see after images, like after looking at the sun. This is
okay.
documented. If you
Yeah,
want
there are people that look at the sun and then don't see after images. I don't know why. Like,
Well,
if
out
you
of a crowd of 100,000 people, how many testimonies do you need for it to be considered a real event that happened?
how many testimonies
Like-
do you need to see for it to be I'm not doubting that the event happened. The question is whether or not something benign happened, or whether or not something miraculous happened. So like
People
what
even reported the sun, so that the time the event took place was 1 p.m. and
Yeah.
it was pouring rain in Portugal. Pouring rain. And if you scroll down to one more picture,
but
no,
it said
seriously.
that it stopped raining. Right?
No, scroll down. People
Well,
were
hang on.
You
We
see
can
this
we can
crowd,
keep
right?
we can keep reading. Right, towards the earth, the zigzagging back to its normal position. Witnesses reported that their previously wet clothes became suddenly and completely dry, as well as the wet and muddy ground that had been previously soaked by the rain had been falling. Not all witnesses reported seeing the sun dance. Oh, hey, pirate.
If I can interject for just a second, I've looked into this before because somebody came around. I guess it was like a popular TikTok or somewhere on social media. It was a thing like months back, maybe a year ago.
It was an Ethan Hughes argument. It was an Ethan.
Yeah.
Ethan
Wherever it came from doesn't really matter. The thing is that like the guy that made the claim that everyone had all, consistent witness accounts and things, that person himself has a lot of scrutiny against him that you should look into. Plus, a lot of the answers for stuff, like I just put it in side chat for you. It's like minor little tip, but anything that you think might be miraculous or whatever, or a claim that you're just skeptic of, just add the word criticism to it and Google it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to
So-
ask you,
I've done this
Ghost
before.
Phantom. So
Yeah,
Ghost
sorry,
Phantom,
go
I want to
ahead.
ask you, right?
Hang on.
What kind of questions were the Catholic Church asking to demonstrate that this was a miracle?
It wasn't actually the Catholic Church that was asking questions. It was a news outlet, and
What?
they were based in Portugal.
No. We read that earlier.
No, the the Catholic Church was interviewing the 3 children that
No,
were
but
making benign
hang on.
miracle.
The
We're not
bishop,
talking about the children.
the bishop is the one that had done the interview, right? Particularly
he only
convinced,
interviewed the
right?
No,
The
no,
local
the
priest,
bishop
the local
only
priest,
interviewed the children. He
R-
only interviewed the children.
So the local priest conducting the investigation on behalf of the Catholic Church was particularly convinced by the occurring testimony, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. But later on, when we read about the news reports, right, that there was a lot of skepticism. Where did that go?
Yeah. No,
The
it is skeptic. It's very
newspapers
skeptic.
reported the
There's people who
prophecies. Many
reported
pilgrims
there's-
began to. Where was the skepticism part? Religious.
No,
A
there's
provisional
people who never
administrator
went to-
took.
Yeah.
Yeah, a provisional administrator took the children into custody. So various claims have been made.
Do you know what he did? Do you know what he did to the children? Did you hear? He tried to beat the children.
I don't
He
know
said,
any-
"I'm gonna boil
Okay,
them."
but like
Ghost-
that doesn't.
Hang on.
All right.
You can't say you got to stop saying do you know when I'm
Okay.
just reading
So-
it just now, right? Like obviously I don't
Yes.
know.
I'm
So,
just gonna
Ghost,
inform you
I
what
wanna
the
ask
provisional
you-
like he did very benign like he was doing things
Shit.
to the children, like he was going like, "Hey, I'm gonna kill the other children. I've already killed the other children. You have to tell me
Great.
what this."
I haven't gotten to that part yet.
So
The point-
Ghost, or so
The point is
Sorry,
there
go ahead.
appears to be a lot of skepticism. I don't know where I had written that correctly. According to critics, the eyewitness according to critics, the eyewitness testimony was actually a
super
collection of
inconsistent,
inconsistent
yeah.
and contradictory
there's
accounts. So that appears
is
to be
true.
a general consensus, right?
Okay,
There's-
do you not understand what a vindicative miracle is? It's like God only has to show you how much He needs to show you to prove He's real. Like,
Oh.
if you already have a slight belief in God, then God isn't going to show you the same miracle. He's going to show to a person who doesn't believe in God at all.
Well, so you're
Okay.
arguing for selective miracles? I mean, sure, that's unfalsifiable. Of course, that could be true.
Okay, so Phantom, I want to ask you, right? Because like I want to ask you this question where so we see that there's a slew of inconsistent accounts of what actually happened at the event, right? So what were these journalists asking these folks about the miracle of Fatima?
They were just asking what they had seen, what they had experienced, what they have felt, if they've gone if they've been given any
Oh, man.
knowledge, enlightenment, if
Okay.
they saw anything, like stuff like that. Because the
But do
way
you
that
have
this-
a demonstration of what those questions were specifically being asked?
I can cite you a source that points to it. Yeah,
Okay, can you cite that, please?
yeah, I can cite that. If I want to just point one more thing out, the way that the groups were kind of distributed in the Cove with play gathering. If you just want to scroll down a little bit more, Bobby, this is where it gets into the accounts of where people were spotting stuff, people were saying the
Okay.
marching.
Yeah, so there's a
So-
lot of there's a lot of concerning things that seem to be coming out here, which is, for example, one of the prominent pieces of evidence was apparently a photograph, which didn't seem to show anything unusual, at least to standard skeptics. But more importantly, it was later discovered that that photograph was apparently taken actually 8 years apart from the actual phenomenon in a different town. And
Yeah,
so it's
they
a
don't even have a
it's a
photograph.
misattributed image, right? So the point
Exactly.
is that
There's
we don't actually have
There's
any
no images
recording.
of the actual.
right?
No, there's no actual images of the phenomenon.
Yeah.
There's images of. There's the one real big phenomenon is the dry clothes thing, and that's the hardest thing to disprove here, because
What do you
in
mean
one of the images,
disprove? So the
in
again,
this-
there appears to have
in this
been
image
in the
here-
documentation of the stories, there appears to have been quite a bit of inconsistencies, right? When people were trying to assess the evidence, there were inconsistent stories and inconsistent things that were seen by different witnesses at different times. That's why you get a summary thing of like, well, maybe it was the sun was a spinning disc, or some people saw colors, or some people
Yeah,
did this, or some
exactly.
people did that. You don't have a consistent story. Some people
Okay,
said
so
their clothes got dried, other people said nothing happened, right? And so the point is that you had a lot of people show up because there were, children that were popular of the time. Apparently those children made many claims. This wasn't the first one. So
yeah,
there was
because
a
on every
panorama
sighting,
of visions, including those of Jesus, Lady of Sorrows, Lady Mount
exactly.
Carmel, Saint Joseph, right? The fourth edition of their memoirs, which was written in 1941, that's probably the most. That's probably where most of your facts come from. Is the memoirs that were written by the children who grew up and made all of these claims, right?
Actually,
Yeah.
all the questions that
So
the
Let's see.
priest asks the
Performing.
children are documented. Also,
We
the
could
image
pull.
that I
Well, what link those? Pull those up. Pull up the interviews
can
that were
send
asked
the
of the children, right?
so
Um,
there's one that I did notice, Phantom, where like there was one that was interviewed in 1917 where you have the three kids who were essentially saying that they saw that they saw Mother Mary and that they spoke to them, and they told them that on this day the miracle of the sun was going to occur, which was October 13, 1917, and that's the story they went with, right? But if you look later down the line, right, there's a big piece of information where I don't remember the girl's name who survived, but there was one girl who was the only surviving of the remaining three of the miracle of Fatima who was making these claims. And one big piece of evidence that this girl told um, the news outlet or whoever she interviewed years later was that the two other kids would die shortly after the miracle occurs.
which happened.
Yes. But like that piece of information was only revealed like years after the event occurred,
Should have been a
right?
murder investigation there.
yeah. In
I
other
really believe
words,
there should. Did you actually see the bodies of the children's though? They re-dug up the bodies many years later of those two children, and so if you know anything about like how bodies decompose when they're on the ground, you know the face is never typically preserved of a body, right? When it's put into a coffin.
Okay, but like that the body has nothing to
Okay,
do
but
with it. That has
the
not
body's face is
nothing
what's
to do with
typically
what I'm
preserved.
asking,
Well,
Are we
Phantom.
even gonna?
you have
Sorry,
too,
Phantom.
you
I
keep
linked
moving
Phantom,
on to
that
too
has
many different topics. Like
so
so.
so
I mean, I'm just saying,
Phantom,
like, I'm
Phantom.
just saying
Sorry.
these are all
So no,
extra facts.
Phantom. I'm not going to let
He
you
wants to
try to
bring it
shift the
down.
conversation, right? Because this is what you're doing. You're trying to shift the
Yeah.
conversation. What you're doing is you're like we've given you evidence of the miracle of Fatima, Francisco and Jacinta,
Well,
who
yeah, you're bringing up points about
like
the
you said they
thing.
dug
You're
up
just
their
bringing up the
bodies, right?
contrary point.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the bodies. We're talking about the kids dying and the third person from the miracle
Oh,
of
like living.
Fatima who lived and survived said in the vision that the other
This.
two kids would pass
I can find
shortly
you a better picture.
after they died.
What a photo, my
Would
dude.
pass shortly
What
after
a
the miracle
photo.
occurred.
So I don't know what this is. Is this the picture you're
I can
talking
find
about?
you-
That's
No,
supposed.
I can find you a way. I can find you a way better picture.
Oh, okay. I mean, sure. If that's the picture that they have.
No, I can find you a better.
So
Yeah. So what?
these are some of the
My
things
mom's
that
calling me
typically
right now.
happen with a lot of these things is things get sensationalized after the fact. So like, for example, someone's saying, hey, I predicted about, the other two children dying, but they write about it decades after those children died, right? Like these are the types of things that like don't really give credence to the idea that the children were actually, convening with actual spirits, or performing these particular miracles or whatnot, right? So like there's a lot to be left wanting, right? Relics and
I
incorruptibles.
mean, if you want somebody to look like they died in water, I mean, just whatever, pour water all over the dead body, drown them to death, whatever yourself.
Sure, but I'm just saying that, like, if this is the level of image we're looking at, like,
No.
like
Sorry,
Holy
I just had to
Toledo,
do
man,
something.
that's
No, sorry, Bobby. I just had
So,
to do something. I had to go upstairs and grab something.
gotcha.
I can find you a better picture of the bodies
Sure.
of the
Here,
two children there.
I'm gonna keep
Like-
reading about it. Descriptions of the
Yeah.
events were reported by this. They were collected by this. An Italian Catholic priest and researcher spent 7 years in Fatima, conducting research and interviewing principals at length. In the Immaculate Heart, Demetra reported their ranks, including believers and non-believers, pious old ladies, and scoffing young men. Hundreds from these mixed categories have been given formal testimony. Reports do vary. Impressions are minor details confused, but none, to our knowledge, has directly denied the visible prodigy of the sun. I don't know what prodigy means. The true story.
Or like prodigal was like return in the Bible it would mean like return or
you have a Catholic priest who is tasked with documenting a miracle of the Catholic Church. So they go and interview a bunch of people, and then they write their own report, which includes their own biased position, and they use things like prodigy of the sun as like an emphasis on the miraculousness of the work, right? Like, it's funny to call someone like that a researcher. Like, he's a priest and a researcher. You mean just a priest? Right? Like, because a researcher would have, taken tabular data, written down, drawn out maps, documented, a particular phenomenon, taken samples, like, that's what an actual
A little more
researcher
objective and
does.
less biased.
Yeah,
sent
because your
the
objective
image
is
that
to
I
not be
found.
biased, right? But like interviewing a bunch of people and documenting them and then writing your own biased report on it, But that's the standard of the Catholic Church, right? That's how they've done that for a long
that's
time.
the best you're gonna get.
Right?
I know that's the best you're gonna get out of them, but like, I'm just saying, like, I also sent the better image of the bodies. If you want to, there, it's still not even the best
sure.
because like
Let
you
me
have
see.
to remember it is 1917.
So,
also just a quick just thing.
So
Phantom, I'm not sure what your mic sensitivity's at, but I'm having trouble hearing you, man.
Oh, sorry, it's
Did
my
it-
bad. I'll just
oh,
go a little
okay.
bit closer for you.
so this is the image that you're saying looks like the girl?
Yeah,
This?
that's the girl. So that's one of the girls dug up in, I believe, 1921, and then 1953 or 43. Like, that's the same person dug up twice. And if you see the face there, it's practically, I don't want to say fully preserved because it is still deteriorating, but it's more deteriorated. It's less deteriorated than anything that we've seen before in any other case.
What? I don't know. I don't think that.
I mean,
That's,
do you not
have you
agree that
seen a
you
mummy?
don't-
I mean, I don't know. That like, this
But
is
that's
literally
like-
what? How many years later? 30 years later? 50 years later? I don't know.
I think it's like 10 years different.
I'm just saying, you
watch
don't look at
the-
that and go, "Oh yeah, that's totally, Jessica. There she is." Like,
They were able to people were able to tell same person.
Yeah.
You got any valid citation for the burial methods and all this good stuff? Like, were they not just,
like they
chucked in a
literally,
septic tank to rot or whatever?
yeah, they literally look like they were mummified, right? So like, we literally have mummies
there's
that
no
look like this, right?
Recording of the burial.
So
Yeah, you can't compare a mummy to how a modern person dead, buried 6 feet under the ground.
Yeah, and
probably
mummies
with a
are
slab
like
of concrete on top of
4,000
it would
years
be.
old, they're like, Oh, jeez, I forgot to click that button. Oh man.
So you just believe it was just like a mummy?
No, I'm just saying that if you like, you made the statement. If you bury a person, their face completely rots away and they're unrecognizable, right? But we literally have 4,000-year-old mummies where the face is still approximately there. Yeah, you have no idea who the fuck they are, but we can literally still get skin particles out of the mummified corpse, right? And
Yeah.
so the point is, like,
Everybody doesn't get buried the way the Crypt Keeper does. You know?
I'm just saying that if you bury someone and you literally wrap them like this, I don't know, man. Is that special? You'd have to demonstrate for me with some scientific report that like this is literally impossible. And to be clear, this literally looks like someone decomposed, right? Like that looks like a decomposed. Like look at that face. That's a normal face. That's not a normal face, man. Right? Like that's clearly a decomposed person.
It's a dead person.
Yeah, it's
Well,
a dead
obviously
person.
it's a dead
Yeah,
person.
right? The point
Yeah,
is, it's
we're
not a
not saying they
miraculous
came back
dead
alive
person.
and-
You indicated that there was a miracle there. How is that
I
a miracle
believe
that
that
looks
the
just
face
like
is
any
somewhat-
other dead person that's been wrapped in a bunch of stuff?
Okay. I can believe that as well.
Huh?
I can believe that.
Yeah.
I'll concede
Okay.
there with
Let's see.
with
At
that
times,
point.
appearing to be loosened from the sky, approaching the earth, suddenly radiating. Blah blah blah. The sun enveloped. Blah 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 blah. People wept and prayed with covered heads. The seconds seemed like hours. The sun's disk did not remain immobile. This was not the sparkling of a heavy body, for it spun around. Blah blah blah. As the bolt from the blue, the immense multitude. Da da da. I feel incapable of describing what I saw. I looked fixedly at the sun, which seemed to pale and did not hurt my eyes. Looking like a ball of snow, revealing itself, it suddenly came down in a zigzag, menacing the earth? I've never heard that.
It's like
Dude, that person should write tween novels.
I know, yeah.
People describe the sun as like falling down on the earth and like coming very close.
Oh my
And-
God. This is a reverend describing his experience as a boy when he was 18 kilometers from Fatima.
Yeah, from the children speaking.
I know. Okay, I just want to be clear. This is the quote of an interview of a guy that became a reverend in the Catholic Church describing his experience as a little boy when he was 11 miles from the actual event.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So like I'm sorry, is that what you
That's
consider
just a-
like eyewitness
a credible
evidence or
source?
something?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess this is just Catholic. This is just how Catholics get.
Yeah.
Really sneaky.
So without remembering the predictions of the children, I was enchanted by a remarkable spectacle of the sky I'd never seen. I saw it from this veranda. Portuguese poet. Okay, cool. Catholic Church recognition. The event was declared supernatural in 1930. Wait, it wasn't even declared supernatural in the year it happened?
No. 13 years later.
See, this is getting so much fuzzier. So what we're saying is, to be clear, a thing happened and a priest was assigned the case. They then spent a decade and a half interviewing people about what they saw when they were children and how far away they were and what happened here and what happened there and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then they
From the
compiled
time
it
of the
into a
event.
book. And then the children eventually wrote a memoir of their experiences, and all of that eventually was declared to be a miracle by the Catholic Church years after the event actually happened, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you name one miracle that was deemed supernatural the year it happened?
Well, you would hope that there would be miracles deemed. That just gives credence to the idea that the Catholic Church doesn't have their shit
It's kind
together
of-
when it comes to
yeah,
verifying this
exactly.
shit. You know, like
Well, no, like I said at the very start, like I'm atheist. Just I was debating like a pretty, like I was almost damnly convinced that this like is that this is credible and that this is a good source and that maybe I should consider theism
yeah. Well,
and like Catholicism.
it's
just wanted to
good.
make
It's
sure,
good to
like,
break
you-
these down, right? Let's see. Approved Fatima apparitions 1940 during 4 times during the week, he declared the dogma of the Assumption of Mary 33 years after the actuals said have occurred in Fatima, claimed to have witnessed the same miracle of the sun at 4 p.m. on October 30th, 1950, during a walk in the Vatican Gardens. Oh my God. So we have the Pope saying, I saw the miracle
same
too in
Yeah, I saw it
1950
too.
by myself.
1950,
and I was
by myself in the
awestruck.
Vatican's.
Yeah, okay.
And I was
Yeah.
just, oh, okay, yeah.
Pope Francis approved the recognition of involving 2 children in the Fatima event, which paved the way for their canonization in May in the same year. Okay, that's fascinating.
Yeah,
Believers' explanations. Within Catholics, the event is seen as fulfillment of a promise to Mary, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've read enough about all the evidence for it. Why don't we look at skepticals?
yeah, here you go.
So, theologians, scientists, and skeptics have responded to claims that conflict with established scientific knowledge regarding the behavior of the sun. No shit, Sherlock. Okay. Science
Yeah,
writer
okay.
Benjamin Rafford points out the sun did not really dance in the sky.
Dance in
We
the
know this
sky,
because,
we
of
know this.
course, everyone on Earth is under the same sun, and if the closest lying star to us suddenly began doing celestial gymnastics, a few billion other people would have surely reported it. So this is probably the most damning piece of evidence. I remember having a discussion with a
What Catholicists or like what Christians say to this is that this wasn't the sun and that this was a different form. It was like a radiant arc.
it
So-
doesn't.
Sky
Then
was
it's not the
emitted.
sun. It's a personal event that didn't
So-
involve the sun, right?
Yeah, so Phantom, like when we look at the sun and we're like staring, like when I'm like staring, like if you stare, like this is a generally known thing where if you stare at the sun for a extended amount of time, right?
Yeah.
You will look at the
You will-
sun.
yeah, I believe,
And then when you look
an
away,
after
right?
image. Yeah, you
The-
will
no,
see
let
an
me
after
fit. I'm trying to make my point, and you're interrupting me, man. I'm sorry, but like when you look at the sun, right, and you see that the sun, and the sun, like because of how science works, and how our retinas work, the retina is going to burn an image of the sun temporarily into your eyes, and then when you look away and start blinking or turn away from the sun's general view, right, the sun is going to look like it made a zigzag shape, but in reality, it's just your eyes.
I understand what you mean by that, but that's not what people were. And another thing is the time of which the event happened, and all of the pictures of the event have this weird discrepancy where the light angle on which shadows are being casted upon like surrounding objects doesn't map with the time. So it's like as if the sun was at a 50-degree angle at 1 p.m., which would be completely like that's impossible. And what people are saying was that that the proof is that in the images that the fact that the light angles are wrong.
Well, hang on. You have to stop making fallacious claims, right? So, like, every time you make a claim, there's always going to be a concern of, is that a claim that was made 20 years after the fact? Or is that a claim that was made 15 years after the fact? Is that a claim made by a reverend who was recalling what he saw as a little boy when he was 6 years old, when he was 11 miles from the miracle actually occurred? Like, the point is,
No, that was
you have to be careful with these things. The documentation didn't occur until years after the event. Like we said,
Well, that was a claim
the general
of
theme. Yes,
of an analysis of an
No,
image that was taken at the time of the event.
No,
that's
the only thing
a
we-
claim made later.
no,
Is
the
it
only
not still valid?
No, the only thing we have as far as evidence is that a priest was assigned this miracle to investigate, and they spent nearly a decade or longer interviewing people about the miracle and documenting that. That's the only evidence that we have. The photograph that was taken was not correct, right? And the memoir of the children wasn't written down until decades after. So we don't have their
photograph was
immediate
correct to
testimony
the
in
event.
advance, right? So the point is that like
No. We're not going to skip past the fact that you just claimed that the photograph was correct to that event and was later used to describe a different event. It was like, this photograph was for this event when it was really for this event. So the
What?
thing is that in this,
right, it wasn't a
the
photograph of this event. The
no,
photograph.
it was a photograph. It was a photograph of the Fatima event, but the thing is that it was later described to be used as a different event
That isn't what we read.
when it was really.
Did I misread
was a
it?
false-
Hang on. Let me
Yeah,
let
you said it
me
was a false
misread it.
attributed image.
Where is it? Oh, yeah, let me see. Photo. Oh, whoops. Commented on the image, commonly mistaken for a photograph of the son of Fatima. An old black and white photo of the actual sun miracle event shows a lot of dark, rainy clouds and some trees with the sun poking through. There is certainly nothing
not
in the
talking
photograph
about
that looks unusual, but of course the photograph is static. Whenever the
We're-
crowd saw, it was not interesting enough to be noticeable in the photograph. So one, this is a skeptic.
We're not talking about
okay,
the same photograph.
I know, but
we're not talking about the same photograph.
oh well, then I don't know what you're talking about then,
Yeah.
because this is
like-
apparently the photograph that was
I'm saying the,
being
I'm
circulated.
saying the photograph of the
But
crowd,
more importantly,
of the crowd.
the photograph, originally published in 1951, so that's when it was actually published, was literally 3 decades later, right? Was subsequently
Yeah.
determined to be taken approximately 8 years after the event in a different Portugal town. So the misattributed image, however, continues to circulate the internet, right? But EWTN acknowledges, is that the Eternal World Television Network, acknowledges it is not from the events of Fatima. So is there another photograph other than the photograph that is circulated around to talk about Fatima?
I'm talking about the one that's linked in chat here. If you scroll up to, here, I'll just this one. That photograph.
Which one? I don't see. I
The-
see a
just,
dot.
I just no, I replied to it. So if you click the
Oh,
click
this
to
one.
see attachment above, yeah.
Oh,
Here,
that's
I'll just
not a.
yeah. That's a photograph of the actual event though. That's like from the times, right? So the time that this photograph was taken was 1 p.m. around that time, like from 12 to 1.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So you-
And now
So
So do
you're-
we have a time
You're telling me
for
this
that?
is the only photograph of the miracle
there's three
not-
three other ones.
not being a miracle? Okay, gotcha.
So Phantom, there's only 3 photographs to document this whole event.
Apparently,
Yeah.
but not of the event happening, but of people looking up at
Yeah.
the event. So here's like a kid who's like, yeah, not really that special. And then you got like someone over here who's like, oh, look at the camera. That's more interesting than the sun at the moment. And then you got other people. Obviously, people are religious, right? They're gonna pray. You know.
Yeah, they're praying.
Here's
Here,
someone
I just
who's thinking.
I linked the study. I linked the study here.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. There's a lot of holes going on here. Anyway, we were making our way through the skeptics thing. So Rafford wrote that psychological factors such as power of suggestion and pareidolia can better explain the reported events. This is the tendency for perception to impose a meaningful interpretation on a nebulous stimulus, usually visual, so that one detects an object pattern or meaning where there is none. Oh, there's a name for that. Interesting. According to Radford, no one suggests that those who reported seeing the miracle of the sun or any other miracles of Fatima elsewhere are lying or hoaxing. Instead, they are very likely experiencing what they claim to, though that experience took place mostly in their minds. Yeah, that's probably true. Regarding claims of miraculous drying up of rainwater, Radford wrote, "It's not clear precisely what the weather was at the time of the miracle. The photograph from the time of the event does not show that it had been raining as much or as long as what was reported." Okay, so some people reported it was drenched, but the photographs don't seem to corroborate that.
Well, the photographs have people in the background holding.
Former editor of the ASSAP's
umbrellas.
journal, whose intention of the book was to approximate an apparition of the event in a subjectively objective format for the reader to make an independent decision as to what the visions may mean and whence they may have come, wrote that these events remain confusing and mystifying. Oh, fascinating. And the phenomenon is unique when compared to other abnormal events such as UFO sightings. Okay, he wrote that one is not to say a miraculous, suspendous, or incomprehensible event did not occur while looking for possible explanations. In reference to the account of the miracle of the sun phenomenon, McClure writes that the accounts of the miracle of the dance of the sun are simply not consistent. Interesting. McClure remarks that perception and memory becoming uncertain during an incomprehensible event is not surprising, but that the contradictions in the accounts must raise some doubts towards the objective nature of what was seen, right? While McClure is often misquoted in purportedly stating that he had never seen such a collection of contradictory accounts of a case in any research, blah, 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 he was specifically referring to the accounts of blah, blah, blah. Gotcha. According to the professor, the miracle present a number of difficulties. Not only did those present not see the phenomena, right? What does this mean? But also, there are considerable inconsistencies amongst the witnesses as to what they did see. Interesting.
Nobody reported seeing the same thing. Some people believe they saw just the literally, like, if you're facing the children, you were seeing purple light, and, like, the light was, you know, like, the term blue shift?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Blue
yeah,
shift.
all your light was blue shift to violet.
Uh-huh.
And some people recollect seeing, like, a red shift to yellow light. And some people recollected seeing the sun fall down to earth. And some people recollected seeing a radiant emitter of light in the sky dance around. And some people recollected of, like, fireworks.
Sure. I'm not sure what your point is. Is that evidence of a miracle? Because, I mean, people present those same phenomenon about eyeballs and how they work, right, to many other events, right?
Well, I'm saying that they don't, like, there's no way you can call this contradictory if all the recollections are similar. They're all sort of similar.
But they're not. According to skeptics, they're not consistent with each other, right? They're contradictory with each other. There's some evidence the miracle was expected by the witnesses. Right, of course. The witness, blah, 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 who presented at fundamental states, we must declare that although we admit the possibility of some miraculous effect, we were there while having in mind conversations we had earlier with cool-headed persons who were anticipating some changes of the color in the sun. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. So like,
So, if your spiritual leader and your entire congregation of fellow believers all
Yeah.
tell you that a miracle will definitely happen, you don't want to be the one idiot who seems like they're going to hell for being in denial, do you?
I know. So this
yeah, well,
is
to be like just to say it won't happen isn't to be in denial. Like you're not gonna go to hell for
So-
not affirming the fact that a miracle happened.
no, that's not the point. The point is what you have. Let's put this in perspective. Right? You have a church, okay? The church has a bunch of girls.
Wants
They
to control
say
people.
they say something about the sun and the color. They've already made 5 other predictions about Jesus and other things or whatever, but those didn't seem to pan out. But this one is about the sun is going to do some magic colors or whatever on some particular day. The congregation goes out looking to see what the sun is going to do. People don't normally stare at the sun. You have a bunch of fucking people stare up at the sun for 10 minutes and then they report seeing a bunch of frickin' colors. No one else on the entire planet saw any of this shit. It was only seen by these people who were prepared to see this type of shit by going out there on that particular day. You then have this reported by the pastor as a specialized miracle with these girls, writes a letter, sends it to the Catholic Church, they send out a priest. The priest spends the next decade interviewing people years after the fact and writing down what they say they saw all those years ago on that particular day. One of them is literally another reverend who has become part of the Catholic Church reporting what he saw when he was a little boy and he was 11 miles away from the scene, right? We then have this take another several decades before it's reported by the Catholic Church as a declared miracle, right? And then even more decades later until we finally have a pope who says, I saw the same thing in the garden. I was walking in the Vatican one time and I decided I'm going to stare at the goddamn sun for a few hours and then saw a bunch of colors and go, you know what? That's a miracle. It must be the same thing I saw before, right? Like, oh, yes.
I'm sorry, these theists are funny, bro.
I know. I'm just highlighting it out so that we
understand.
so that we understand what is being presented as evidence, right? Like, is anything being presented as evidence? Because that doesn't sound like evidence to me when we start stating it in verbatim exactly what happened, right? Anyway, so the skeptics have lots of good points. My biggest thing in favor of the skeptics is the fact that this wasn't seen by anyone outside of this particular village in this particular church, right?
Yeah.
No one fucking saw this anywhere else. This is literally like that conversation I had about the moon splitting in two. With a Muslim.
Yeah, like if only you,
right?
Yeah, if like only you saw the moon split in two, did it happen?
Yeah, like if you say,
like,
if you say, well, of course Muhammad split the moon. It's just no one saw it split except for the 5 people that were there with Muhammad. Then you're like, well, shit, man. I mean, like, what do you like? What is the point of the miracle if no one sees it? You know.
You know, I can write a book that says, hey, I committed a miracle, like I fucking made the sun come down to earth and juggled it around, you know? My poem.
Yeah.
And if people believe it, like, does that miracle come true? Well, obviously not.
Yeah, so...
I'm an atheist. I never even claimed, like... I was just asking for, like, what he thought about this event. It's
yeah.
You know, I
That's
heard
fine.
about it, and I'm...
So it was anticipated... Oh, so now we have a bad prediction showing up. So it was anticipated the miracle would involve stars, and that never even
false.
That never even came about.
That was proven false. That was actually proven.
What do you mean? According to Maria do Carmo, is that not correct? God and the Son Fatima. So it's literally in one of the books. Page 293.
That was what the apparition had told to the girls like prior, but basically what the girls were saying to like the crowds were because like the crowd started off obviously very small. Like it probably started as like 100 people at the first, 1,000, couple thousand.
Well,
And
well,
then, like,
again, none of the testimonies were written down until after the event, right? The girls didn't write shit down, and then it was verified when the event
they
happened.
wrote down.
They
3
wrote
days
down
later.
shit after the event, like.
Yeah,
And what
3
did you
days
say
later.
about the colors of the sun? That people would see colors of the sun? Yeah, people would see colors of the sun, right? Like, this all happened after the event, right? So, like, the point is that again, the girls had already had several failed predictions, if you want to call them that, and then there were other things anticipated at this particular thing. I don't know why you're saying this one was overturned. Are you saying that God and the Son Fatima is not a appropriate book? Like who's Stanley
No.
Jackin?
No,
J-
I was
J-
I was
Jockey.
referring to the fact that, like it was only.
That's another person from
It was only
the
caught
Catholic
later.
Church. It's a Benedict
exactly.
priest and physicist
Yeah, he's-
and philosopher of science.
Oh my-
You're saying he wrote a book in which he lied and people know he lied and it was overturned? I don't think that happened.
That's what the person who told me about this. He said that it was later found out that the girls didn't say anything about what the miracle would be.
So
They just
they're
told-
saying that Stanley
told everybody to
Jackie lied or had
Yeah,
incorrect
I guess there was-
information.
Yeah, I guess they were saying this. They pointed me to a different. I mean, I can concede the fact that this was like a miraculous event and that this proves God. Like, I believe you've like shown enough evidence to me that,
Let's see,
or
supernatural.
you've like made
explanations.
you've made it, you've made it clear to what it really is.
Yeah, well, that's the number one thing is you always want clarity on what is actually being
Like I said, yeah.
asserted,
Like,
right?
I-
What is
that's why I
being
came here,
asserted
like,
was that a bunch of churchgoers were in anticipation of a particular event with spotty details in which some of the details came true and they were vague details
didn't.
along the lines
Yeah.
of colors will be seen,
Hey, look
right?
at no, that wasn't even said before. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
the details were like, hey, come here and God will prove to you that He exists.
Ah, yeah. Okay, so even more
And
vague.
Basically,
Gotcha.
Yeah, and basically, these little girls were talking to some apparition that no
and
one
to-
else could see.
To end the Great
And
War,
everyone-
right? There was something
Yeah,
about the
but
Great
the
War.
apparition was like telling, telling them basically secret that they could tell only certain things. Like, they're like, okay, tell the crowd this, and like the one thing that the apparition told one of the girls to say to the crowd was, tell everybody to look at the sun, to believe in God.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, the lady
that's-
prophesied would bring an end to the Great War, and that on October 13th
Yeah, that was said-
she would
that was said
reveal
right
her
before.
identity and perform a miracle so that all may believe. So the point of the miracle was that all may believe that there would be an end to the Great
yeah, like
War.
all Christians,
which
I
didn't
guess. I guess
happen.
it's all Christians.
Yeah, that did not
Yeah,
happen.
I believe it's like
right?
to say to all Christians they should
Yeah.
believe in this, because it was basically to add this new part of the rosary for penance to like.
Well, that didn't
humankind
happen
sake.
for
Like
like whatever was
Until a
80
year
decades or
later.
something, right?
Yeah.
88 decades, right? Something like that. Blah blah blah.
Like it was like 10 years later.
Miracles of the Sun. Analysis.
Is there-
Well, Roosevelt the claim honestly experienced what they report. Sure, why not? He stated sun miracles can be taken at face value, and the report also was optical effects caused by prolonged staring at the sun. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. This
Yeah.
is the same point, but like in the
As it contains
what's it called? In the
retinal
recollections.
images produce brief periods sun gazing are likely to cause observers seeing dancing images. Yeah. Oh, is that
What's
yeah.
it called? In the recollections.
Hasn't everyone done this? You stare at the sun and you see a circle move around.
No, this is
I
true.
haven't seen that.
This is true.
Okay.
What's it called? In the recollections, people like don't believe that they're actually seeing like after images, like in the testimonies.
Yep,
And like a lot of people are like, oh, this isn't after images, this is God. So yeah, maybe that's true. You know, now that I think about it, like it does make more sense. Probably.
Yeah.
The other thing he pointed me to was I'll also link you to this, and this is Padre Pio. So he was from I believe he was born in 1887, and he lived till 1968. And what happened to him was he had the stigmata implanted in him by God, apparently, and he had lesions on his hands that were going like completely through his hand. Like these were to prove that he's like a sacrifice or something to God. It's very vague. What's that? But he was a priest apparently, and then he did something. I believe it was like he attended a mass or he did a mass.
Widely known
he
as
said
Padre
something.
Pio, was an Italian friar of the Order of Friars Minor. Priest as a mystic. He is venerated as a saint of the Catholic Church, and his feast day is September 23rd. Fascinating. Francisco joined the Capuchins at 15 and spent
that's the
most of
group
his religious life in the monastery. He's known throughout his life for numerous instances of supernatural phenomenon, including notable stigmata wounds.
So
Yeah.
if you know what the stigmata is, it's
Yeah.
basically like the sign that you are like a chosen one by God.
Yes.
And it is basically the corrupt, like your skin on your hand and your feet will decay, and you will have some sort of like decay on your hands. And,
Several
apparently-
investigations into his phenomenon were conducted by the Vatican, and although they led to temporary sanctions of his ministry, his reputation for sanctity continued to increase during his lifetime. Oh my. So, literally, the Vatican thought he was a fraud at multiple points and even sanctioned
even
him.
Yeah, they believed that he was pouring chemicals on his hands to say that he was like that.
He
God
was
not
also
choosing him.
renowned for other
Yeah.
mystical phenomenon and many other forms of spiritual outreach individuals. After his death, his devotion continued to spread
It's like
amongst
a worldwide
believers,
belief that he's a saint,
especially
and
those.
he's like a
He
he's
was
like an apostle.
beatified.
It's-
I've never heard that. Beatified? Beatification is a recognition of the Catholic Church of a deceased person's entrance into heaven and capacity to intercede on behalf of individuals who pray in their name.
So he actually
Interesting.
like he's like affirmed. They believe he's in
Beati
heaven.
is the plural form. Wow. So he was beatified as a a saint that you can pray to. His relics are exposed in the sanctuary of blah 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 next to the monastery. His legacy includes Home of the Relief of Suffering, a hospital built near the monastery, blah blah blah. Early life, priesthood, arrival,
If you would actually go in the stigmata,
death.
that's what
Well, yeah, no, I
right
know
here,
what stigmata is. It's when you get the holes in the crown
Yeah.
thing.
So he actually had the holes. This guy had the holes, and the church believed that he was pouring chemicals on his hands, and they locked him in a room with none of his chemicals, nothing at all, and they wrapped his hands in bandages.
wait,
and
wait.
during this time,
Are you telling me
the amount of-
that they investigated him and they found chemicals that were suggestive of
like
hand
iodine
holes-
and carbonic acid,
hand hole
iodine and
creation
carbonic-
chemicals? And then he's like, no, I was using that
I wasn't creating-
I
yeah.
was cleaning the floors with that. I wasn't doing. And
No,
then they're like,
no,
well, we're
hold
gonna
on,
put
it
you in a
was
room.
iodine and
So then he had to
carbonic
like
acid.
pick into his wounds and get them to bleed. Oh, that's gross.
No. So they put bandages over his wounds,
Sure.
and during the time that the bandages were over his wounds, he had bled so much blood that it was like double the amount of a human body, and he like should have been completely out of blood by the amount of blood that was coming out of his hands. It's
Alright.
insane to believe this, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But
Again,
that's
I mean,
what's just heard. Like,
when did this
'cause he
guy
was
live?
from what's it called? He lived from 19 or
Yeah, he lived all the way to
1886
1968.
So, yeah, and he would even try and hide the stigmata, and like, during his mass, you would see him wearing
Hide?
like, black gloves.
He doesn't seem like
yeah, he
someone that would hide it. He would.
Oh no, he would wear black gloves on his. on
Okay,
his
you
hands during his
mean
mass.
the fake kind of hiding, the
Yeah,
kind where
yeah.
you're like, yo, come spend patronage to my church because I got the real juices going, right?
Yeah, but he would actually like, you would be able to still see like outlines and of the lesions, and like you'd be able to see the lesion.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you read the part about the stigmata, or if you go on the stigmata Wikipedia and you just look at Padre Pio,
Oh, is this a picture of him?
even, yep, that's him. And if you look on
There
his
you
hands,
go,
that's
buddy.
the lesion.
Yeah. Oh my.
And they got bigger over time.
Mm.
Also, that's one of the early.
Whoops. Oh. Right.
Yeah. But yeah,
Right,
so
that does that.
like, does that even like prove that God? Do you believe that could even prove God, or?
Do I believe that a guy who wanted patronage to his ministry claimed to have stigmata, and then I don't know. So again, just make sure we have the story down. You have a guy who is religious, joined the church, was apparently caught with chemical items for chemical burning.
Iodine and
Right? Yeah.
carbonic
No.
acid.
I'm saying he was caught with that. He claimed to have stigmata. Was investigated by the Catholic Church and sanctioned over these claims specifically, and then years after his death was declared a true priest and holy person, and his stigmata was considered part of the miracles of Catholic stuff later,
Yeah.
right? So, like,
Yeah.
again, we're just putting it in context, right? Let's see. So they did apparently
Yeah,
an
see,
X-ray.
carbolic
Jesus.
acid to make his wounds.
No abnormality in the bone, right? Okay. Revealed his blood had no signs of abnormality. Let's see.
Okay, but do you see his like hands? Like, that's a fucking. He has. There is other pictures
Edema?
of it that I could find
Edema.
where he has literal
fluid.
holes
Okay.
through the middle of the hand, and you can like
Mm-hmm.
see you can see through the middle because it's just a
not-
fleshy membrane.
Remember official diagnosis without further tests. The physician noted that the wounds were not tubercular.
So that's an atheist. It's an atheist physician, and the Professor Giuseppe
But could not
Bastianini.
make an official
was a,
diagnosis without further tests. Oh, so they wouldn't let him do more tests? The surgeon,
Yeah.
a private practitioner, also examined them in 1920 and 1925. Okay. Professor, a physician, examined the wounds, but no report of his
No report
examinations
was
were
made.
made. Oh, fascinating. You gotta love it. Revealed no signs of abnormality. Religious nuns accused. There were both religious and non-religious critics who accused Padre Pio of faking his stigmata, saying he used carbolic acid to make the wounds. The historians recounted that the cousin of the local pharmacist testified that the young Pio bought carbonic acid and the great quantity of 4 grams of Veretrin without presenting any medical prescription whatsoever.
He just
Pio
bought it. He just
maintained that the carbonic acid was used to sterilize syringes, because of course it was. used for medical treatments, and that after being subjected to a practical joke where Venetrin was mixed with a snuff tobacco, causing uncontrollable sneezing after ingestion, he decided to acquire his own quantity of the substance in order to play the same joke on his conferers. Okay, so I just want to be clear. He's being interviewed by the Catholic Church, who's doing an investigation because he's going to get sanctioned for the shit he's doing, right? They interview one of the local pharmacists who says, yo, that guy came in and wanted this acid shit and this other stuff. So then they ask him, yo, why the hell did you want the acid stuff and the other stuff? And he says, well, the acid stuff was clearly to sterilize syringes, right?
For medical treatment.
And he's like, okay. And then he says, and the other stuff was because of a practical joke someone did on me, and I had to get him back, right? And to be clear, this is 1919. So again, when was he born? 1887? So he's 26 when he's being interviewed for this. So he's 26, and he's been in the church for the last 11 years, right? Because he joined at 15. So he's talking about practical jokes being done on him as a 26-year-old, and that he needed to go get them back to cause uncontrollable sneezing. I don't know. I don't know, man. This is becoming pretty holy.
Pretty crazy.
He suggests that he inflicted unconsciousness by suggesting that artificially maintained by iodine was used as a disinfectant. Okay. In 1922, went to visit Pio, but Camille was denied the right to examine the stigmata without an authorization from the Holy Office.
From the Holy Office?
Camelli, irritated and offended for not being allowed to examine it, wrote that Pio was hysteric and his stigmata were self-induced and not of supernatural origin. Gamella suspected his wounds were kept open with carbonic acid. Georgiev has to examine the stigmata in 1919, wrote in his report that they are not the product of trauma of external origin, nor are they due to the application of potentially irritating chemicals. Oh, so we got like the person that's defending them. Who is this guy? Let me guess. Is this from the Catholic Church?
He's a Catholic reverend as well.
Italian physician, known for Peter's personal doctor. Oh, he was his personal doctor?
Oh, so you know what? Maybe not from the...
Assigned by the ministry to specifically the Order of Friars.
Order of Friars.
So this was his personal doctor at the specific friars that he worked at. So this was literally the doctor of that town or the doctor of that church. Okay.
You know what? It makes more sense what's going on here.
Yeah.
It really does. And you know, even that last line there, throughout his life, Pio had hidden his wounds wearing fingerless gloves. At death, there were no wounds, only embellished skin.
At death, there were no wounds, only unblemished skin. Oh, he didn't even keep them. Oh, man.
So the stigmata, like, disappeared midway.
Meaning it healed? You mean it healed? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the stigmata,
the first saint
quote
from
unquote.
India. She was canonized, blah, blah, blah. Stigmata and gender. Okay. Fascinating. These have been what a fascinating discussion on miracles and whatnot.
Fascinating, yeah. Thank you for clearing that up for me, Bobby. I really do appreciate that.
Sure. Just gotta read the details.
These sneaky theists, they really try and get you. And I was kind of like under the impression, because they kind of only present the evidence in the way you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
They want you.
Yeah, sometimes you have to put on your, you got to put on your thinking cap, or not thinking cap. You got to put on your, thought of, you got to put yourself in the place. Okay, I'm an
During-
8-year-old. I'm 11 miles from the event. I'm then writing a report about what I saw 15 years later. Like, like you have to
Bobby,
read
can you
between the
remember
lines
something?
because people are always going to write it in the way that doesn't fit that. They're going to say something like, "Oh, someone reported seeing colors of the star doing dance
Yeah.
thing," right?
Yeah,
They're not
they have,
going to
like, one
write,
report.
"Guy wrote down what he saw after priest who had been assigned to investigate for this exact shit as a declared miracle interviews him, who talks about the thing that he saw when he was 6 years old from the side of a hill 11 miles
Who
away."
later
Like,
became a reverend.
later became a reverend to the same church that he grew up in. Like, you're like, what? I'm like, why'd you leave out all the details? So, like, and it's the same thing here. It's like, oh, the only person to examine his wounds is the doctor that works in the goddamn monastery that is literally writing his paycheck, right? Like, this is the church. His paycheck is from that church. He's a doctor,
from the
and
church,
the head
everything.
priest guy is saying, "I have stigmata."
Crazy.
Like, and you're like, okay,
Yeah.
well. And then
And
other
dies with no
doctors were
stigmata.
refused. They were refused.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay.
No holy office. Let's see what. Scroll down. Let's see if they have skeptics of it. Let's see what. Do we
Oh,
have
this was the stigmata page. We probably have to go back to
podcast?
him. I don't know. Early life, priesthood. I don't know
Oh, wow.
if there's a whole death, supernatural
Bobby,
phenomenon,
Are you drinking
stigmata.
wine tonight? I always see on your lives that you have wine.
I always have what?
You have wine.
Oh, I don't have any wine tonight. I have some olives though,
Oh,
so I'm eating some olives.
some olives? Oh,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
I do got a funny story about olives, Bobby. So when I was like a teenager, I went to Italy with my dad,
Oh yeah.
and when I was in Italy, I ate a olive from a tree that was like on like the on like a on like this tree that I saw,
Mm.
and I was like, I'm gonna eat this olive from a tree, and like I bite into it, and it's just the nastiest freaking thing alive.
It
Just
probably,
tasted
yeah.
absolutely vile.
You gotta those things gotta be
Too-
cooked or boiled, and then they gotta be like fermented or
Yes.
something. And then
Yes.
and to help them out, you gotta stuff them with some cheese, some feta cheese or something. You
Yeah.
gotta do something.
And to like make it work, to make it like even like thing like
Mhm.
my dad just sat there and like saw me just like take a bite, and like he just fucking laughed at me doing that shit because I think he knew.
Yeah, there's so many
But,
things
like-
like that. Like beans are the same thing. Like you got to cook beans. You can't just eat them. Like if you pull them
Yeah.
out of
It was wild. I was like yeah, but like that was the day I learned what an uncured olive tastes like.
Yeah. It's there's sometimes I look up things on what is that called? What's it called? Foraging, right? So that there's foraging people that do lots of foraging
Yeah.
stuff. And it's amazing the amount of things that you can eat, but are either slightly toxic or slightly poisonous, or they're like you can't even chew them. And the only way we know how to eat them is by like boiling them and cooking them, right? So there's like all these plants that like in theory, if you cook them or boil them, then you can eat them, but you can't eat them until you do that, So
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's wild. It's
yeah. What's being argued? Nothing. We were just discussing a miracle.
yeah, the miracle of the sun. What a miracle.
15 minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, there's this but yeah, like the big thing I would even say about like the miracle of the sun is that the miracle of the sun has has not been demonstrated as a way to break the physical laws of nature.
Oh yeah. Well, there was
Yeah.
no one else witnessed anything, right? And
Yeah.
so it was only witnessed by the little town, and it was and again, the witnessing reports were done after the fact, right? Like it wasn't
Yeah.
like people were like, "Oh my god, did you just see that shit?" It was more like, "Oh, hey, did you see color? Yeah, my eyes kind of hurt," and then everyone went back on their merry way, and then 6 months later, oh, Joe gave a report on some of the colors he saw. Oh yeah, I remember seeing some colors too, and then a year later, oh, the priest is coming around again, asking about, other stuff again, right? Like, and the point is, like, you just get, this incredible vagueness and after the fact reporting and you don't want to say collusion, but that's exactly what happens. All these people go to the same goddamn church together, right? Like what do you think's
Yeah.
going to happen when the guy that's cooking, the brisk, right? And you're like, what are you going to say to him? Oh yeah, that green thing you saw, yeah, that was just like a retina. You just burned the back of your retina. That's what happened. Like, of course not. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not gonna say that. And by the way, this is in an era when did they even know about retinas? I mean, what was this? 1925? Like, when was the microscope invented? Had we figured out cells yet? When was
I think we had. I think the cells were like 17 or 1600s.
Holy Toledo. 1590. No,
Yeah.
Microscope.
Because yeah, so actually fun facts about that, Bobby. The reason why cells were called cells is because the person who looked at the items in a microscope and discovered cells, he
Oh.
saw that they were similar to monk cells.
Ah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
1665. Dang, man. That's like when we invented calculus, right? Calculus.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was Robert Hooke.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is something that like you can actually look on the Wikipedia of cell theory, and it's saying exactly what I'm like
See,
talking about, which is so. Yeah, like the naming of it is pretty interesting.
Yeah, the same year Leibniz invented calculus. Wow. That's a long time ago. I thought microscopes were figured out a little bit later. I didn't realize it was so far back. But, preferred economic system, capitalism with regulation and socialism. So I should say socialistic policies, so people don't fucking freak the fuck out and start, having a riot, right? In general, we want strong socialist policies so that everyone is always taken care of, and we want a strong economy through capitalistic growth, right? Because I think in general that provides the most freedoms and the most self-autonomy that you can possibly have. It should be carefully regulated so that it is the most beneficial it can be. It is not very useful if you allow for capitalism, but you also allow for shit like fraud and, all kinds of other crap, right? Like, that's bad. We don't want that. If anyone is here
Yeah.
that wants to chat one-on-one, feel free to raise your hand, and you can come up and chat. So that's the intention,
Yeah.
is that people raise their hand if they want to chat. Oh, hey, Jetstream wants to chat.
Yeah. Yeah. I invited him in.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh, yep.
Hey,
Yellow
Jetstream.
How you
yellows.
doing?
How's it going?
How you doing, Jetstream?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was trying to mute myself. I'm sorry, man. I was trying to mute myself.
Okay,
No
that's fine.
worries.
That's fine.
Hey. So did you have a question, Jetstream, or what do you want to chat about?
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to ask, how do you guys feel about gun control?
Well, we need more gun control. I don't like living in a country where the number one cause of death of children is guns. I think that's fucking insane.
Okay. Okay, so basically you and I are basically on the same boat here. But how do you think, I mean, do you think there's like a better way to solve it? Like the issues going on with, with guns in this country?
Oh, absolutely. There's a whole host of things that we regularly, or I should say, the Republican Party and many conservatives block, that are just simply smart gun control regulations. So, like, for example, guns should be registered. You should have a licensing requirement. Like, you should have to get a license, like a driver's license. You go and get a gun license, right? There should be a requirement of some type of education. Like, for example, with driving, like, for fuck's sake, a kid who's like 16 has to literally go through 6 months of driving, in order to be like allowed on the road as a driver. But then that same 16-year-old can fucking go buy a shotgun in a lot of states, not even like present anything, right? Like these are kind of fucking weird, right? Like there should be a requirement of training. There should also be a requirement of registration. There should be a requirement of registration of your firearms. There are also other regulations that we don't have that should be there. Like, for example, it should be illegal to have a loaded shotgun in your house that's accessible to children. Like, I'm sorry, I don't consider it sufficient that you put the shotgun up on the mantle. That's not okay, right? If a kid can get access to it when you're not home, that's not okay. You should be liable and responsible for what happens with your firearms when they are unlocked and accessible, right? Gun cases where there's literally just a little piece of glass that someone can go boop and just hit it and get access to all your guns. That's fucking nutso that we would think that that's okay, right? Oh, but I locked the little door. Like, what? I'm sorry. Like, kids can get access to weapons. This is insane, right? There are plenty of other regulations as well. Like, for example, should you be allowed to drive around with a loaded weapon, right? I don't think you should just be allowed to drive around with a loaded weapon. Now, if you want to have a carried concealed permit or whatever, that's another thing, right? But you driving around with a truck and having a loaded shotgun just stuck on the back part of your truck for shits and giggles, why the fuck is that? What? I'm like, I don't think so. That's ridiculous, right? There are other things too. Just in there are plenty of other things as well that we could go into, like thing after thing after thing after thing. What is one more thing? Another thing is we don't have proper gun registration itself. Guns are repeatedly prevented from being traced correctly. In particular, the NRA literally went through painstakingly trying to prevent databases from being able to be formed. This is why when we have weapons, right, and we have a weapon that has been shot and it has a serial number on it, in order to match it to the bullet, right, of some previous crime, they have to go through that shit with paper, right? So there's literally paper registration, there's paper stuff about guns that is required to be used. This stuff is not cataloged and is not accessible in a general sense. And that is because the Supreme Court, a bunch of pricks and dick faces, and as well as organizations like the NRA, have went out of their way to make this a fucking pain in the ass. Where like you aren't allowed to have electronic databases of this, that, and the other. The point is that like these things can be solved. We can have more extensive background checks. We can have better mental health evaluations. We can have better training. We can have, better laws with respect to how you're allowed to use your weapons, right? You can't just leave them loaded for kids to access, right? These things are all incredibly common sense, in my opinion. And in most countries that have guns, right, these are standard. Like any European country that has guns, these are like completely standard. These are like not even considered like controversial, but only in the United States are they considered controversial. And I think that that's just silly. Like why in the world would we be doing this to ourselves? Again, number one cause of death of children is guns. So like we should all be like, hey, I don't want that to be the stat. I want the number one death of children to be fucking cancer, for shit's sake. Why can't that be the number one problem we work on to save children's lives? Instead, it's the guns? That's just ridiculous, right? Anyway, ranting and raving on guns. Oh.
I also wanted
Maybe
to
the,
point out that in states with stricter gun control laws, we typically see less school shootings. Right, like we can point to a lot of the big school shooting or the big mass shootings that have occurred over the past years, right? If we look at, for example, Uvalde in Texas, Texas has some of the most like lenient gun laws in the country. They had a mass shooting that like shocked the world. It shocked me, right? They had there was like Marjorie Stoneman Douglas that was also pretty high up there on the kill count of like 30 students. That was a state with really lax gun laws. There was a recent case even in Florida, like 2 years later, or 2 years earlier before that, there was the Pulse nightclub shooting, which was also due to like the lax gun laws put in by the state of Florida. I could even point to the Las Vegas, Nevada shooting that happened in 2017, where a person who had diagnosed schizophrenia and had all these mental health conditions was able to purchase a weapon and was able to do it so freely, right?
Yeah.
But like we don't see these things in California. We don't see these things like these mass shootings happening in New York because these places have really like comprehensive gun laws. And the thing we can see with the states like California and New York is that gun deaths decrease with these stricter gun laws. Meanwhile, in red states, states with like more with less gun laws, those numbers are typically higher.
While the other two branches of the ATF are kind of down, Gen Alpha's drinking and smoking less. They'll wait for them to bottom out, then that might just be like, no guns and alcohol for a little while, and then everybody will be like, cigarettes are evil, dip, all tobacco, it's just awful for about 20 years, and then they'll let the other two get pretty low, and it'll go to alcohol. It's the worst thing there ever was.
Yeah. I'm
we
not
just let the heat, the bad reputation, like rotate.
Yeah. I mean, well, I'm not against I'm not sure we should be like banning all guns. I mean, I'd probably be fine with it. I don't really care. You know, police can have guns. General public. I don't know if general public should have guns, but like, so I'd be fine with that. It wouldn't really bother me that much. But I don't think that that's nearly as important as the rules and regulations and responsibility around it. I just don't understand why, as a culture in the United States, we're so aware of the responsibility required for driving a car, but then like when it comes to guns, we're just like, hee haw, fuck around, who cares? Like shit. We have like literally more regulations around alcohol. Like literally more regulations around alcohol. It's just
So where I'm at, everybody who's never touched a gun with their idiot friends to go drinking somewhere out in the field or in a park or something stupid, and then that's when the guns get pulled out, and everyone's never touched one needs to try to shoot a pop can that somebody's holding them, set on top of their head to balance.
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
You're just like on the windshield of a car and watch it not ricochet. Oh, you took one to the leg. Whoops.
whoops.
Like the thing about, like, there's like already laws that are in place in most states where if you are like possessing a handgun and you have a handgun in your possession, right, and you're carrying it, you are not allowed to have a single like drop of alcohol, or else you can like lose your
Yeah.
concealed carry permit.
Yeah. There's
Um,
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. There are plenty of
Yeah.
states where like there's a, there are regulations in place to not. So this is one of the things that frustrates me a little bit is you have a state like California, which basically has to over-regulate because they're surrounded by a fucking country of states that literally don't put proper regulation in place. So in some sense, California probably doesn't need all of the insane regulations that they do sometimes, because they do some of these dumb rules, right? Like, well, in order to get ammo, you have to go to a gun store. In order to get it, you can't transport ammo over state lines. Like, they do some really annoying things, but the reason that they're doing those is because they're dealing with all these other states that don't want to be on the same goddamn page. It's like, well, shit, someone can just drive from Montana into California with a fucking, silencer and a freaking whatever, and there's nothing you can do about it because that's, the NRA people have literally fought in court that you should be allowed to drive anywhere in the country with a silencer. Like, this is just crazy, right? Like, why are we doing this to ourselves? We don't need to do this.
yeah,
There's no reason for
for
this.
sure.
Anyway, there's a hilarious. I put in the side chat. I'll post this in the other places too. Enjoy, people.
Switzerland.
So the Switzerland video. This will go down in history as like the best video ever. One, it's funny, and two, it's true. You literally have a country that those people, Switzerland, they own more guns per person than the United States. They own more guns, right? And they have licenses, required training, registration. When a gun is used, they immediately know who the owner is and they know where the gun came from. Like, they have the entire record, right? The point is that in Switzerland, people don't commit crimes with guns, at least, not in the capacity of the United States, right? And they don't have mass shootings, right? We have so many mass shootings, we don't even report it anymore, right? Like, there's so many fucking mass shootings in the United States. It's crazy, right? Graph.
I'm not the only one here who's ever been like flagged, right? Like
Flagged.
an idiot accidentally aiming the barrel of a gun at you.
Not a real gun, a BB gun. Happened with a BB gun.
Yeah.
I had a friend who
Like my first time was my.
he like blew
Yeah,
off
go
his middle finger with a BB gun. It was kinda
Shoot.
funny.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I think that
just real quick, like at a high school birthday party, there's like 25 of us hanging around, and an adult brought out a 22 and thought, "Hey, they're a bunch of young boys. You're fine with the 22. Probably won't kill anybody if you accidentally shoot each other." And then my best friend, of course, is like, "I can't get it to work," and he's like swinging it around, and like everybody got flagged.
You know,
Hey Bobby, can you put that link in the side chat? I would actually like to look at that study a bit closer.
oh yeah, this just whatever it is, Statista,
Uh,
right? They're the stat people.
Yeah.
It's just a first link I could find. Number of mass shootings in the United States. They probably have a statement on how they categorize a mass shooting, I assume.
Yeah, what are they counting as a mass shooting?
Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to look at it. What is original data?
Like-
Source publisher information? No. You're gonna charge
Like,
me?
cause
Oh, it's not telling me.
oh,
Over the observed period, the highest number of mass shootings, blah, blah, compared to this. Some motivations, blah, blah. Due to a large number of school shootings, gun has become a central topic. The widespread problem occurred. However, California saw the highest number of K through 12 school shootings. Well, of course. However, the deadliest school shooting was in Virginia. Tragedy left 33 dead. Oh my God. Further to the right, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the categorization is. It doesn't tell us. But
yeah.
you know, here they're doing some counts, right? Because some of them will do like, well, if more than 2 people got killed, and the intention was, like the intention was to kill people indiscriminately, then you might consider that a mass shooting, right? Because that the intention was to kill people indiscriminately, and they succeeded at like 2, right? Let's see. I never thought mathematics and philosophy would intersect like this. Well, I know of computer science and discrete math, but this is beyond what I had imagined. Oh man, really? Yeah, philosophy and mathematics are considered incredibly close. Some of the most annoying mathematicians are philosophers. Just joking. Don't kill me, philosophers. I'm sorry. It's not available in my country. Yeah, a lot of countries don't even allow guns. And honestly, like, so one of the things that's weird is the United States has this weird stipulation of like, the reason we're allowed to have guns is so that we can form proper militias against the United States government. And it's like, okay, well, that's kind of cool in theory. You know, when everyone had muskets, right? It was like, don't take away my musket, you know, like that just seemed like, well, you know, fairly obvious, right? But like, what the fuck does a militia do these days? Like, tell me, how well do you think a militia would do against like the United States Army? Like this is just not even comparison, right? I mean, you have a goddamn rocket launcher, grenade launcher, tanks, frickin' Humvees. What does a militia have? Oh, I got an AR. It's like, dude.
Millionaires that the government would save in the first place.
The government,
like, people are going to afford to train
I
with
know.
those,
It's like
or buy their own, like, you know, A10 Warthog.
I mean, they could try, I guess. I'm just saying the United States military is going to have like fucking drone piloted night vision things that can fire rocket launcher. Like, what the hell would a militia be able to do? Nothing, right? Like, this is silly. Our country, we no longer live in the day and age of like militias, right?
You might as well piss in a super soaker and try to run away from them, and if they catch up to you, do your best.
Yeah. See, if the United States ever did enter into another civil war again, the civil war would be fought between different sections of the military with different civilian fractions as their support, right? Like that's what would really happen in a civil war. You wouldn't. There's no way that the citizens are going to rise up against the military. That's not going to fucking happen. That makes no sense.
The military who would refuse the orders probably also aren't likely to like turn on their brother and kill one of them to save you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we all pretty much, I guess, is on the same page when it comes to gun control, right? Especially with the Switzerland. Yeah, I kind of I can almost say I knew about everything about it, but I heard about Switzerland how most of the people are kind of trained in a way, and I think some people you actually gotta join the military to even own a gun, but that's beside the point, right? So I kind of use that talking point to talk to some of my friends, some other people, that I know about how they feel, when they're for guns in the country and whatnot. And I think there's a rebuttal that some of them kind of use that I guess is also kind of true, is that, the difference between the other countries and this country, when it comes, it's in our Second Amendment. So what do you think that the Second Amendment needs to be revised or taken out? How do you guys feel about that?
Well, technically no. It's just that we need a bunch. We need a bunch of people that aren't a bunch of dickheads, right? So like, we have this weird conservative group in there that does these weird like brownie point wins. They're like, oh hey, we allowed bump stocks or whatever, right? And it's literally just to like make the conservatives all happy and whatnot, right? Like there's no other reason for this kind of level of stupidity, right? Because the Constitution, this had already been ruled a hell of a long time ago. The Constitution already states that the right of guns is to form well-regulated militias, and the well-regulated part was already deemed by the United States that obviously it doesn't mean uncontrollable weapon ownership by citizens. This is why the United States has regularly banned weapons from the public, like machine guns. The Tommy gun was a classic example of something that was banned, right? Um, Citizens can't own nuclear warheads. They can't own grenade launchers. They can't own fucking mines. You can't own, a goddamn, a missile, right? These are things that the public is not allowed to own. You can't own these things, and the Supreme Court has already recognized that is obvious, right? So when the Supreme Court engages in these stupid little games of like, well, let's just make the bump stocks legal, for shits and giggles, it's like everyone just sits there scratching their head, like, what? Why? Why do we have to literally specify every possible way in which a gun could be modified in order to make it fire, more than one round, a tenth of a second or whatever, right? 10 rounds a second. Why do we have to fucking specify every possible variation in every possible if-then condition? Like, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense why we would have to do that. The original statute against machine guns was any modification to a gun that allows it to fire like a machine gun. That's all they had to write. But then the Supreme Court goes out of their way and pretends like that's not good enough. It has to be very specific. And it's like, why? Why would it have, like, it was so obvious what it meant, Anyway, I'm ranting again. The point is that the Supreme Court likes to play in these games only for the conservative base. It really has nothing to do with safety or public security or even upholding the laws. Like I said, we already have an anti-machine gun law that very blatantly says any modification to a gun that makes it fire like a machine gun. And yet, the Supreme Court went out of their way to be like, a bunch of dickheads, right? That's what they did, So, so it's just dumb. It's just dumb.
And like all these mass shootings, can be prevented if like we have the proper if we require that parents have the proper storage for their weapons.
Yeah.
Because believe it or not, because think about it, right? If somebody can afford to purchase a $500 gun and then like suppose purchase like $5,000 guns, purchase a shit ton of attachments for those guns, and also pay for like range time to fund their hobby, right? They can easily afford a safe. They can easily afford measures that can be put in place to prevent kids from getting into weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Because what we see is that around like 78% of students of like kids who go and use a weapon in school shootings do so because they have access to those weapons, and they
Yeah.
get them from their household. They get them from their father because they'll
Yeah.
put a gun in a desk and not think anything of it.
Yeah, they have,
Like
or they leave it on the bookshelf or the nightstand or whatever. Like the, yeah, the accessibility, and also we don't hold parents criminally liable. We don't even hold them liable for the way that they use their guns with their children. It's like it's
so
like there needs to be proper, proper like proper training, proper licensing. The parents should have to have a license, right? Also, someone asked, "What's in the safe?" A fuck ton of guns. What do you think's in the safe? There's a freaking shitload of guns in there.
First edition math books.
First edition. The
yeah,
giant gun
so I
safe
mean,
has math books in it. Yeah, that's true.
yeah, Bobby.
All the
like,
numbers
have
from
you
1 to
read the
infinity.
Yeah, Bobby, have you read the news recently regarding the Colt Gray Colin Gray case?
The Colin Gray case? I haven't.
Colt Gray and Colin Gray. So there's a father, Colin Gray, who stole a Colin Gray, like Colt Gray.
Colt
Yeah,
Gray.
he stole an AR-15. He stole an AR-15 and went on a shooting spree at his school, killing two students and two teachers. In like his
Mm.
in his city, and then Colin Gray was arrested essentially, and like his father was recently convicted of the
Really?
shooting as well, being liable, and his father was actually sentenced to 15 years
Wow.
for neglect, right? And the crazy part about this is that
In
the father,
Georgia.
Colin, yeah,
That's impressive.
father-
Yeah.
yeah, the father knew that his son had mental health issues and that he was having like homicidal thoughts,
Mm.
but yet he still allowed his son to obtain a gun and go and go like kill a bunch of people in school.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The son was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, and he was 14 at the time of the shooting. Like, do you think that's like fair to the kid, or do you think that's justified?
Yeah, I don't know. Those are harsh. Those are harsh things to consider, because like, someone willing to get a gun and then hunt down other people is clearly an unstable person, right? And so the safety of everyone else should be prioritized, right?
Yeah.
14 is really fucking young. That's a harsh sentence of lifetime at 14. But at the same time, it was also a heinous crime. I mean, we're not talking, someone shot their parent or something because they were really upset. We're talking like someone grabbed a gun, knows how to assemble it, hunted down people, killed 4 people. Like that's pretty crazy. The fact that
Yeah.
the father got sentenced, though, this falls in line with the general sentiment. What is the stat on it? Isn't it like 60% of Americans are pro better gun regulation? Like, it this idea of like there's this narrative pushed out by conservatives that this is actually like a two-sided discussion, and it isn't. It's like the majority of Americans. What percentage of Americans?
Oh, I
want-
have a source
better
from Pew I can send you. I'm looking this up right now.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is from Pew.
It's like
Research Center.
50, yeah, it's like 50-60%, right? So
Yeah.
and specifically things like background checks, people are like 80% on board with that, right? So it's like it's crazy. Americans are more we want better regulations, and yet conservatives go out of their way to fuck around with this, right? And it's like, no. The same thing with like
Yeah.
women's rights. It's the exact same thing. The majority of Americans are like, women own their bodies. If you don't want your woman to have an abortion, you got to talk to your woman about it. You can't fucking be like, no, bitch, you have to do exactly what I say. You know, like that's not okay. Like, and the majority of Americans are like, yeah, we shouldn't have that. And yet conservatives make it out like it's this 50-50 thing, that there isn't like this incredible minority position that's like, no one agrees with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like the thing is, like, this kid, like that, like like I'm not like I think that, like, the fact that a majority of Americans want stricter gun laws, but yet like these things are put in place is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, because like
The paper investigation shit that we make police go through, that's insane. I don't understand that. Like, survey people. Do you want to make it harder for police to solve murders or easier? Like, I don't understand that in the slightest,
yeah. But, yeah, so I mean, like, these kids are, but like a lot of kids, right? I think we also have to address the fact that like, that kids are like the kids don't necessarily have the emotions to process it, and I think it goes even deeper because a lot of schools should be having more resources to help address students who are having like mental health concerns. But schools, which is where a lot of kids are spending their day, where they're spending most of their day, right? Like, they're not getting seen for that type of treatment, or even being observed for potential red flags that could be safe to the students, right? And these schools don't really give a shit about that.
Yeah. Well, the
Think-
conservatives say the conservatives say shit like the politicians. The politicians are asked, "What are you going to do about, gun control?" And they'll literally say stuff like, "Well, we'll pray for the students that got killed." And it's like, "Okay, and what are you going to do about, the bill that's being put forth for better gun control?" Well, we'll pray for the students. It's really kind of sickening. And some of the more sickening stuff, I think, crops up when you start like looking into like how well do how well do gun companies do whenever there's a mass shooting. And the answer is they do incredibly well. Like, gun companies sell more guns and ammo after every mass shooting than just on the regular. They love this shit, right? They want the violence. They want to continue the narrative. They want to continue having people say, "Hey, you need to buy a gun. Everything is about guns. You have to get guns. You know, this is a requirement. Everyone should be able to carry a gun." You know.
Yeah, I mean, like, but I mean, even then, right? Like, you can I mean, I remember back in 2018 after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, where there was this big push by conservatives where they're like, well, we want teachers to carry like
Mm,
weapons in their classroom.
yeah.
And then, like you go and then you ask like it was seen where like you go and you ask these little kids, right? Do they want to see a gun in the classroom, like their teacher holding a gun as a response to these school shootings? And the teachers are essentially saying, or the kids are saying no, like they don't want to see their teacher holding a gun. Like a gun makes them like uncomfortable,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I know. The idea of pushing that teachers need to have guns in the classroom, right? Like, well, teachers should
Yeah.
be allowed to have guns. And you're like, you want a school. Just to be clear, we have a bunch of like 700 crazy fucking kids going through puberty in this school, and you want all the goddamn classrooms to have fucking guns in them? What goes through conservatives' heads when they make these like nonsensical ideas? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
People who have had a school burned down in their community, in their area close by, or at least aware of school fires, aren't as concerned about making sure there are functioning extinguishers as there are the people that have heard of a shooting in like some place 1,000 miles away,
Mhm.
thinking the teachers need a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, like these
Yeah.
like the kids are like if the kids are like feasibly uncomfortable with weapons, right? Why are we even pushing that they have to have weapons in the first place? That doesn't track. That doesn't add up. It's because
Yeah. The and it's just so silly because we could implement better regulations.
yeah,
I just don't understand it. It's so simple. Congress makes laws to better the citizens. Why are we not
yeah.
making laws to better the citizens? This is so obvious. It's so easy to understand. And they're just like, like,
The-
fuck the kids,
And let's get
let's pray for
anyone
them.
can,
Yeah.
anyone can have it. Like anyone, like a gun is. I don't know. Like I mean, I would even say that having a gun, I personally don't ever see myself owning a gun at all. You know?
Yeah.
I went to school before they had metal detectors, so like, yeah, I don't know. 90% of the school probably had knives in their pockets anyway. If you can't kill somebody with a knife, I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah.
You get physical disabilities, maybe might be a valid excuse, but I don't know.
Like,
You don't need a gun to kill a gunman.
is it just the thing that everybody at the are Republicans just trying to push that every person over the age of 21 or 18 has to have a service weapon, has to have a weapon on them at all times or something? Because that's what I feel like sometimes they're pushing. You know?
Yeah. Lobbying is a disease. Yeah, lobbying is a disease. It is frustrating. Unlike
The NRA.
the NRA, corporations should not be allowed to be involved or making any political decisions. I don't understand why we keep giving human rights to things that are not fucking humans. It makes no sense. Corporations shouldn't be like, they shouldn't get a say in shit, man.
They should be able to identify religiously. Like, that's that up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, my religious restrictions prevent me from providing birth control at like Hobby Lobby and weird shit like that.
What was the Republican pushes for corporations to have voting rights? What was the why Republicans want corporations? Yeah, this was a recent thing that was being put out. Why corporations? Mitch McConnell. He hasn't died yet. Okay.
He said, he retired.
Oh, 2021. Okay. When the Supreme Court ruled that
They
corporations
thought he was dead recently.
but he's still kicking, right? Didn't he signed a document? I saw a video where they took the signature of his, and you could like verify that it was like computer generated, and it was like, I don't know, man. For too long, some countries have been deprived of full participation in political process. So Mitch McConnell said this. Of course he did. Another reason to hate this fucker. For too long, some in this country have been deprived full participation in the political process. Our democracy depends on free speech, not just for some, but for all. This was him talking about Citizens United. Oh, great. Yeah. Some 11 years. Yeah. What a piece of shit.
I mean, like the people that are in this are like.
This is 2021? No, I thought this was recent. Recent? I thought there was like this push.
Yeah, like guns are. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that once these, like, do you think that, like, the United States has an opportunity to get better if these boomer politicians are driven out of Congress in the next 10 years?
Of course. The United States has an incredible track record of changing its positions on social issues, economic issues, corporate issues, and many other things, right?
Yeah.
This has been repeatedly done over and over again. And so, yes, if the proper House and Senate are elected and and a proper president is fucking elected, right, that says, fuck this shit, and raises, taxes to 90%, and all the corporations bitch and whine, and, you do a mandami. We should call it the mandami. You just like seize all their properties and turn it into housing, right? This shit could be turned around incredibly fast. What was it? What was the state that did that? There was a state where it had been Republican run for an incredibly long time, and then apparently the state was like that they voted in, and the Democrats took control, and in 1 month they passed like 30 new regulations. They gave women's rights, they did this, they did that, they did that. In like 1 month, it was like they fucking changed so much shit immediately. And it was like, well, that's how the country can be run if it's run by people that give a fuck about actually running it, and not a bunch of fuckheads like Mitch McConnell, whose only job, like Mitch McConnell's entire career has been fuck the Democrats and stop them from doing anything. That's been his entire career. Yeah. He doesn't give a shit. Like, he blocked, Supreme Court justices from being put on the court. He has prevented Washington, D.C. from voting multiple times. He's literally been the fuckhead who's only had one job, and it was to fuck over progress. That's his only job.
Yeah.
He wants to prevent people from having rights,
Yeah, like I think it might have been Georgia.
I had
Oh.
one amazing supervisor at a job who was like so anti-Mitch that she like got the booth at the local annual festival, was standing around everybody. It's like selling T-shirts and other like redneck junk and crap like that. She's there to like
It's Mitch.
hate me at Ditch Mitch constantly. When he
man.
retired, it's like I was so tempted to go to her grave because she died just a few years ago. Breast cancer
What was
got her,
it,
but
Feinstein?
yeah, I wanted to see if she was just like doing cartwheels on top of her grave, like so happy she came back to life.
Man. He's still here.
If only.
No. He's dead. Just the AI. There's all those AI pictures
Yeah.
right now. He's
That
dead. They just don't want you to know it.
that time when Mitch McConnell, this was like almost a year ago, right? The Mitch McConnell's giving a speech, and mid sentence he just stopped, and he was just staring. And the room like goes silent, and then like people walk up and they're like, okay, and they got to usher him out like he's Grandpa McConnell, right?
when I lived in I think I was in DC, when that was happening, when he went
Man.
catatonic. He went catatonic.
Yeah, and he went catatonic. Yeah, there was the
Where and this was in like 2023, and then I was in DC a couple years ago, like 2 years ago, and they had a weed strain at a dispensary I went to in DC called Mitch McConnell.
the Mitch McConnell. You're like,
And I tried
that's
it, and I
funny.
was like, yeah, I felt like him for a minute,
Yeah. Let's see. Where is?
So
Yeah.
here's okay, so basically, how do you guys feel about? There's I guess, rebuttal that some people would say that security guards that's armed with with a gun or two would be a great deterrent against mass shootings at schools. Do you think that's logical?
No, I was poking fun at that argument. Like, I was saying that the argument was pretty stupid, and I was trying to point out that like every solution that the Republicans put has to involve more guns. Has to
Yeah.
involve more guns for people.
Yeah.
Or armed
there's
SROs,
still-
like school police officers, a good idea. I think, I don't see what
Yeah.
the problem with it is.
So
There was arming
Those are bad.
teachers, and I was saying that arming teachers is a bad idea because like it's gonna make the kids uncomfortable, right? But if you have a teacher that like is very emotional and sometimes lashes out at a student, right? It makes that situation a lot more greater, and people are going to start freaking out, and you want school to generally be a safe environment where a kid can learn without those types of disturbances.
Yeah. So the heart of the problem is that school is for children to learn at. It's not supposed to be a place where we're worrying about things like mass shootings and guns. That shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't be living in a country where children are worrying about that, right? We shouldn't be in a country where children are literally being taught, like, here's how to properly secure a door in case someone is trying to come and kill you, right? Like, these are like things that we in theory shouldn't be burdening children with, right? And the sad part is we can prevent this from happening. It's just that we have a bunch of fuckheads that choose not to. That's the real sad part. Like, it isn't like, yeah, you could do training to try to, teach kids how to hide, right? But the real sad part is that something could be done and it's not being done, right? Regulations could be put in place. They're not being put in place, right? Now, the idea of taking all the teachers and arming them, this is just incredibly silly. You're literally like, have you seen some of these teachers? I had a fucking math teacher, right? She's like, 55-year-old, crazy woman with crazy glasses. Like, what you're going to hand her a goddamn gun? Like, she can barely see, right? Like, and what do you think? What kind of are you going to require her to what? Go to the shooting range every week? Like, what is? So you literally have teachers who study math, and then they have to get their gun safety card every week because they're a teacher. Like, this fucking nuts, right? So what is the other alternative? Oh, let's have armed security walking around, or let's establish a police officer who's the on-duty police officer for the school, so there's just a goddamn police officer walking around all the time. And it's like, I don't know if that is that does that ring of like the kind of school that you want to your kids to be attending, or does that suggest that there's a problem that needs to be fixed, but people are unwilling to pass the regulations to do it? You know.
I think if you vet the officers to where they're not just walking by and mean mugging everybody they can give a mean look to and making threats all day and grabbing everybody that like dropped their book and made a loud noise and by the collar of their shirt and dragging them to the office or something stupid. As long as they're not like complete a-holes, I don't know if that'd be a bad idea because, I mean, the teacher thinks it's a terrible idea. That'd be like getting an EMT to come put your house fire out.
Yeah,
Sure,
teachers.
Yeah.
That's just diabolical. But security, I guess that's a little bit more sensible.
I'm
But
Training
just-
and stuff like that be mandatory, like extra, I don't know, psych classes or something for the SROs.
I'm just not sure that that's the. So let me put it to you this way. Based on the current paradigm of our gun regulation, yeah, maybe there should be a designated police officer at every school, right? Because our current regulations suck ass. And because they suck ass, maybe that's what's needed, right? But that shouldn't be that shouldn't be the solution we're advocating for. We shouldn't be advocating for doubling the police department so that every school can have a designated cop that's there 24/7. Like that shouldn't be the thing that we're aiming for. I mean, let me just look up something real quick. Like, we could just pick an area, you know, like how many schools are in the Bay Area. So I live in the Bay Area, right? So the number of schools in the Bay Area, K through 12, is 1,200 schools, right? So you would need 1,200 police officers just for the school program. And that's if you put one officer at each school. So do you put one or do you put two? I don't know, right? And then you got private schools as well, but let's just think about the public schools. So that's 12,
Like, it's an unnecessary.
you know. How many
It's a two-story building, too.
how many
Like,
police
that's-
are in
like-
the Bay Area? I'm just looking up how many police are in the Bay Area, right? So San Francisco police has about 2,000. Oakland has about 709. You got Fremont with 330. You got other sheriff offices. So
Yeah.
I can't get
Like-
a direct amount, but I would think somewhere in the vicinity of like 30,000 or so, let's say, police officers in the Bay Area. So if you have 30,000 police officers, it's probably a slight overestimate, and you want to dedicate, 3,000 of them to schools, that's 10%. So 10% of the police force is dedicated to school, school shifts, right?
Yeah. I mean,
That's a
and
lot.
then even. I mean, even then, why are we, the police department doesn't. I mean, even then, you would have to suddenly find a massive. You'd have to somehow get a massive. If you're, requiring this, right, and you only have 1,200 police officers, right? But you have a bunch of other police officers who are leaving the fields, right? All the new officers that come in are going to have to replace, there's gonna, essentially there's gonna be a lot more hiring for police officers that has to take place, and the already rigorous standards for somebody to become a police officer are going to be either shortened, causing a bigger quality of the police officers available for people, or you have this or you just have a chronic shortage of just police officers in general, right? It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
fix the issue. You're just you're putting out a problem and creating a whole nother problem in the process.
Yeah.
When we have a way of being able to, cut off the head of, where we have a way to stop the Hydra from even replicating a new head in the first place.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We have a well, there are plenty of bills that have been put forth to try to make better gun regulation, and Republicans shoot them down. Every single one of them. They shoot down mental health checks. They shoot down background checks. They shoot down if it has even a mention of a gun, they shoot it down. And honestly, they do it for conservative base points. It's not for logic or reasoning. It's for conservative base points. Just like the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did their rulings, but mainly as we're a conservative court. We help out the conservatives, not for any logical reason. It's just like when they gave Trump fucking criminal immunity. Like, what the shit is that? Like, what the fuck is that?
Look, I don't think a president shouldn't be it's like literally enshrined in the Constitution.
Yeah.
That no president is above the law.
Yes. Well, it says explicitly the president's duty is to uphold the laws and regulations of the country. It's one of his sworn duties, right? For some reason, the Supreme Court decided that those words directly in the Constitution mean that the president needs to be immune from criminal prosecution in order to uphold the laws of criminal prosecution. How the fuck, they would have never in a million years come to that goddamn fucking stupid of a resolution if it had been a Democratic president. Never. There's not a chance in hell they would have came to that type of regulation or that type of thought process if it had been Obama literally committing crimes from the Oval Office. Are you joking? This Supreme Court is so shit.
Yeah. It's absolutely insane.
Yo, Axiom guy. That's me. If you have a question, you can type a question or come to the chat and chat. One of the two.
Yeah. Guns are just...
Yeah.
What? I mean, just the fact that we live in a day and age where guns are so easily accessible is wild.
Friendly reminder, it's been more than an hour. You know where your Instagram is?
Oh yeah, I've restarted my Instagram 5 times or something. It's currently running. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was watching the stream on Instagram a bit earlier, and it was kind of cutting in and out.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm not sure if it was my phone thing or if that was something else, but yeah.
On my end, it says it's good.
Yeah.
And my YouTube says it's good, so
yeah,
I think it's okay. Cool. Term limits and or maximum for Supreme Court justices is imperative, and the fact that they don't have term limits is crazy. Yeah, agreed. Absolutely. That is batshit. Yeah. We should have term limits, and we should also there also needs to be somehow some regulation or accountability. How the shit is a billionaire allowed to frickin' take a Supreme Court justice on lavish vacations, buy him fucking houses, take him on private jets, like excursions, buy his kids fucking gifts, and then we're supposed to be like, yeah, that's totally okay that this billionaire is just fucking using this guy like he's a goddamn trophy wife. Like, excuse me, this person is supposed to be serving the interest of the people of the United States. What the shit? You know? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense to me, right? That we have no regulation for that. There needs to be like an ability for the people or for something else to be able to like fuck with people or remove people. I am for, so like California, for example. California has it written into the Constitution that the people can kick someone out of office. So like if the people wanted to kick Gavin Newsom out of office, they can do that. The people can, you know, all sign up for a petition. It gets put on the ballot every single year, right? There's a new ballot every single year, right? Because we vote every year. They can put it on the ballot, and Gavin Newsom can be bumped from being governor. He can be fucking kicked out of office midterm, right? In fact, California tried to do that. I don't know if anyone knows. California tried to remove Gavin Newsom from office. It's just that, 70% of people or whatever were like, no, Gavin Newsom's fine. And they voted to keep him in office, right? So they were happy with him.
Yeah.
You know? So the point is, though, that that's allowed. That's allowed in California. Why the fuck can't we do that at the federal level? Why the fuck can't the people be like, I'm sorry. No. You suck ass as a Supreme Court justice. Get the fuck out. Why don't the people have control over that? Or same thing with Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell denies 1 million Americans again the right to vote for the 4th or 5th time, right? Why can't the people be like, yo, that shit is stupid, and get that motherfucker out of office? Why can't the people do that? That makes no sense to me. You know? I don't get it. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, there just needs to be better accountability. We need to be able to prevent billionaires from being able to buy off Supreme Court justices and stuff. That's just dumb.
I agree. I mean, the country, our country is just ridiculously corrupt at the moment, and it has been for some time.
Yeah. I blame Reagan. I blame everything on Reagan.
Yeah.
It's all Reagan.
I think we all do.
Reagan is the fucker that fucked it all. He did all the fucking shit. He's the one that said, oh, the 70% tax rate on corporations? That's too high. They're my friends. How about we cut it to like 35% so they can rub all their greedy hands together and keep all that money, And it was like, Jesus. So that was the first thing. And then the trickle-down economics. The government doesn't need any money. We'll just be constantly in debt while the corporations pillow stuff everything. It's like, how the fuck did, what? What? I don't know. I honestly don't know how Republicans get voters. I don't get it. Well, I'm sorry, I do. The only way Republicans get voters is by talking about all of these social issues that are completely meaningless. It's like, don't you want to hurt those trans kids that want to play basketball with their friends at school? And it's like all the Republicans are like, yes, my God, yes. Fuck trans kids.
It's like, no. Like, it's like, do you want to play basketball at school? And then it's like that one scene from... It's like that one scene from Space Jam where Yosemite Sam is shooting the basketball.
Oh.
fucking Space Jam.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. They're like, yeah. And the problem is it works because so many conservatives are so hateful already. They're like, oh, I gotta hurt the trans people. And it's like, isn't that like 1% of the nation? Like what? Like 20% of the nation's going to fucking lose, 30% of their food stamps or whatever. And you're interested in like hurting that 1% of trans people? Like that's your concern? Your concern is fuck the trans people. Like, it's like, Jesus. Oh yeah, I watched the I've been well. Someone's asking about. Did you watch the Destiny? Do you watch Destiny at all? I do watch Destiny. Destiny is fairly comprehensive in a lot of work that he does. I especially like that he reads court filings and things. However, the recent video of him being debunked by Dave Farina, shit, that makes you really question things. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what was going through Destiny's head when he said some of those things. Like sometimes I appreciate Destiny. He's a bit of an asshole. He's a leftist asshole that says things you know that other people are unwilling to say, right? But man, he said some shit in that video that I was like, dude, what the fuck, dude? Like, what? I'm sorry. I don't know about that. I'm like, yeah. So that's kind of messed up. So, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, like it.
oh yeah. I'm curious to see what Destiny's response is going to be to Professor Dave's video, because Professor Dave's fairly comprehensive in his work. Like he provided references, he provided links, he gave all the shit, and it was like, man, it makes me wonder if Destiny is getting a paycheck from some Zionist group or something. Like, is he a Zionist? Is he getting paid by someone? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, Destiny was in town a couple weeks ago, and I was like looking to see him, but I didn't end up going.
Yeah. And the thing is I like a lot of the rhetoric I see from him, because I like that he's an asshole, and I like that he fights for the left, and I like that he cares a lot about the truth. Like, he's one of the only streamers I've ever seen that reads court cases on stream. He pulls up the goddamn document, he reads it verbatim. He's like, hey, let's read this, right? And it's like, I think that's important, or that's good, right? But yeah, some of the stuff he said about Palestine and stuff, when honestly, the main one that really just I was really blown away at was, apparently some Israel soldiers were obviously killing Palestinians, but decided that it would be fucking hilarious to dress in dead girls' dresses, Palestinian girls, and then take pictures of it and post it as a meme. And Destiny literally said to these soldiers, yo, if you're going to dress in dead girls' clothes, right, don't post it on social media, you idiots. And it's like, oh man, that's way too cringe for me. I'm sorry. That's too cringe. That's pretty fucked up. Yeah.
Speaking of votes that you guys talked about earlier, right? How do you guys feel about the electoral college? Do you think it's necessary, or it's like just old shit and you get rid of?
Oh, it needs to get rid of. It's fucking stupid. It needs to go away. We don't live in the day of horse and buggy anymore. Why the fuck do we need the electoral college? It's not needed anymore. Like it's so dumb, you know.
Because I hear that, again, some people say that, oh, if that happens, then I guess people in the countryside will lose their voice.
Yeah, well, they can go fuck themselves or move to a city. Like, I don't know, man. Like, when you say lose your voice, so to be clear, the Electoral College affords that certain rural communities have a vote that's worth 2 or 3 times more than other people. Like me, I live in fucking California. Why should my vote be worth less because I'm a Californian? Because some goddamn Republican is like, but I get less of a voice. No, you don't get less of a voice. I want you to have an equal voice, motherfucker. Like that. See, that's the framing that I think that needs to be clarified. Is that when a Republican rural person says that they're afraid that they won't have a voice, they mean they won't get to enjoy their extra voice anymore, right? That because the objective of abolishing the Electoral College is that everyone has the same goddamn voice. Not that I and 3 of my friends have to all vote the same way to make up for one vote from some motherfucker in, some rural city. That's stupid. And that's not even getting into the whole concept of like swing states and, literally how the election can be decided by a handful of counties in a couple of states and that everyone else is just fucked. They're just left on the wayside as basically useless. That's really what happens with the Electoral College. But I'm not even addressing that. I'm just addressing the fact that people shouldn't have a vote that's 2 or 3 times more valuable than other Americans. That's just not fair. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
We should be striving for an equitable voting system.
Yes.
And the fact that states that like California and Texas have less voting power than somebody in like Arkansas is insane. Because now that person in Arkansas has more say. Meanwhile, someone like me, if I were to live in California, like Bobby, right? I'd have less of a say. I wouldn't have any say, actually.
Yeah.
Not to mention, if I'm if I lived in Texas and my vote essentially did not count because Texas stayed red and did not, Texas was a red state and voted for Trump. So therefore, my vote had no count whatsoever.
$40. 39 plus DC. Pennsylvania just joined the Interstate Compact in July, and I didn't even hear anything about it. Wow. Did anyone else know that?
What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact is a contract between the states that if enough states sign up for it, then all the states will jointly declare their vote for whoever the popular candidate is, meaning that the Electoral College will be abolished. So the Electoral College will be abolished as soon as enough states join this. And apparently Pennsylvania just joined 2 months ago, and that now makes 40 jurisdictions, 39 states, and the state of D.C. That means that there are 48 electoral votes left that need to join. States that are working on it, bills have actively moved or passed in chambers, such as Nevada, Michigan, Arizona, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Oklahoma. So we currently have bills in 6 states, and I think we only need like 3 of them to pass before, within the next year or two. And then the next election will be done by popular vote. There won't be an electoral college anymore. So assuming it's done in time.
Like there won't be like electoral college for that election, or just gone for good?
Oh, it'll be gone for good. It'll be gone because enough states have signed up that the president will be picked by popular vote. It won't the states that didn't sign up, their electorals won't matter. So the only thing that'll matter is their popular vote, right? The only thing I would have changed in the regulation is in the compact is I would have stipulated that only the states that sign up are allowed to participate, because then all the states that didn't sign up would be motivated to sign up, and you would get all 50 states signing up, because otherwise they wouldn't get a chance to vote. And so we could have just nullified people's vote if they didn't join the compact. But instead, we're going to only have a select amount of people join the compact, and then and then it becomes permanent to those particular states, right? In theory, there could be, bullshit and fighting and whatnot, and hopefully that doesn't happen, right? So. I don't know. We know who's going to block this. Who's going to block getting rid of the Electoral College? Who's going to do everything they can to do voter suppression?
Well,
we all chant Mitch McConnell. No, the Republican Party, right? Like, this is just obviously they're probably on standby with lawsuits ready to go. They're literally waiting with lawsuits. They're waiting for it, oh man, this looks all weird. I just yeah. 1 second. Let me do that. Yeah, so almost there. Who is so this map is incorrect because Pennsylvania just joined. So so you need 209, which is 51. Is that right? What is number of electorals for Pennsylvania? $19. Holy crap balls. That's 222. Oh yeah, so we're only at 448 left. Only have 48 left. So this is old. Virginia joined in April. So Virginia is also not on here. Huh, wait a second. So there's got to be someone that has an up-to-date map. Medical licensure. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I don't care about that. Okay, so this one has Virginia in it. Okay. 18 of them. So Pennsylvania joined. So this is off because so it's actually so AI was wrong because it just happened so recently. Man, I can't believe this isn't in the news more. So 48 minus 19. There's only 29 electorates needed. And so looking at these, how could you get to 29? You could do Wisconsin, Michigan, and New Hampshire. That's 29. You could do, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That would be 31, right? You could do Arizona and Michigan and New Hampshire, or Arizona and is that enough? No, that's 27. Arizona, Michigan, and New Hampshire, right? So the point is these are the most likely ones. Here's all the fuckheads that don't want to join, right? See all these assholes over here? Yeah. But these other ones, they have regulation going through the system right now, and all you need is a few of these states, and then the electoral college is gone, right? So we're all just we're all waiting around. Look at Texas. Sorry.
That's kind of close.
Yeah, it's very close. Yeah, we're literally a few states away. Yeah, just a few states. And Texas, who is secretly blue, but everyone pretends is a red state because they're so heavily gerrymandered. If they end up voting blue even one time, then this state will turn blue overnight, stop being gerrymandered, and will be a permanent blue state. And I'm sure they would pass joining this immediately, right? So, yeah. Fascinating. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Is everyone tired? Did anyone have another question? Thoughts on Trump, the late Ali Khamenei, and Netanyahu all supposedly being born on different eclipses? I don't know, man. How often does an eclipse happen? How often does an eclipse happen? Doesn't it happen like 7 times a year? Jesus. Like, what are the odds a bunch of people are born on eclipses? But not even in the same year. They were all born on different years, right? So let's just do the math real quick. If you're allowing for 10 different years and you're allowing for 4 to 7 times per year, let's just say 6, then that's 60 days approximately where they could have been born on an eclipse, right? And there's only 360 days in the year, so it's 1 out of 6. And so if you have 3 people, right, that's just 6 times 6 times 6. Like, that's 216. So you had a 1 in 216 chance of that special thing happening. In other words, there were 216 random ass shit that could have come up between those three people. It happened to be this one, and then we're pretending like that's crazy coinkydink. No, that's expected. I would have expected something of with a probability of 1 in 216 happening. Of course we would expect that to happen. That's like insanely, benign odds, right? Because it was too logical, if we simply solved all the problems we know we easily can, the budget for their shenanigans wouldn't be substantiated. Yes. Don't forget, one was lunar, one was partial solar, and one was total solar, which makes it more unlikely. How would that make it more unlikely? Wouldn't that make it more likely? Okay, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, it is like Bible codes where people are like, what are the odds that Moby Dick would predict the number of people that died on September 11th? It's like, well, considering you were looking for every possible connection you could find between Moby Dick and whatever happened on September 11th, odds were pretty good. It's pretty good. You were going to find a bunch of numbers that matched. Yeah. Anyway, so no, I don't think that that's an interesting factoid. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to go to bed. I don't know if anyone else had any questions or anything. Thanks everyone for listening.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
All right, good night,
in the
Bobby.
next century or so, the Simpsons are going to host Notre Dame. Bon voyage.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Bye. Peace, everyone. Bye. Mm-mm-mm.